all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Tileman here with Alejandra Trades. I know it's bright and early, but we have a lot to get into because this is our first inaugural Friday morning show. So thank you so much for being here, both everybody out in the audience and Alejandra. How you doing?
Good morning. I am doing great. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly. Look at that. And you got a new camera angle going on. Look at that light coming in. Love it.
I'm in Vegas.
You're in Vegas. Oh, that explains. I was going to ask. I was like, didn't she say she was going to Vegas? Was that an overnight thing? Or okay, that makes more sense. How are you enjoying your trip there?
I am here. It's so beautiful. Like I've always wanted to stream in the outdoor in like tropical weather, and this isn't technically tropical, but I'm like it's early enough to be warm, so I'm enjoying it.
Fair enough. Yeah, love to see it. It's a little bit sunnier there for you than me, it looks like. I was wondering, I was like, that doesn't look like my neck of the woods. So glad you're getting some more sun there. What's up, everybody? What's up, Arcane Knight? What's up, Pops Mafia in the house? Talk as always. Joe holding it down. Thank you guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank
So
you, Takutsu.
we were talking last night, guys, about what we wanted to cover here on our Friday morning stream here. And we wanted to kind of differentiate a little bit because there's so much great content all week long that you can get for just pure numbers, And I'm a numbers guy, don't get me wrong. I love some good technical analysis. But I think sometimes it can be a little bit lacking on the days when you got to kind of keep the bigger picture in mind, if that makes sense, Alejandra. So for me on Fridays, it's always about capital preservation. Fridays, it's like the weekend's right there. I'm mentally in Vegas in my mind right now. So how can how I look at it is how can I keep my gains and how can I set myself up for success next week? Because the worst thing for me is having a good 4 days and giving a good chunk back on that fifth. So what I thought would have been, sorry, what was that?
I said that's the worst.
Isn't it? It's my least favorite trading scenario. So I thought it would be good to kind of take a little chance to take a breather, kind of set our intentions for the next week. Remember what went well this week and make sure our mental game is good and ready to go. So we're going to still be doing live trading. We're going to still be looking at all of the hot tickers, whatever's going crazy today. But I just wanted to let you guys know, if you ever have any kind of, maybe you went on tilt this week, maybe you just aren't feeling it, you lost your mojo, whatever it may be, we want to get your head straight for the next week there. So that's what I was thinking we could focus on today. And I know you brought up a really good topic, and that was patience. So what I'm going to be looking for my first, the first trade, first day here for our Friday streams is exercising that patience that you were talking about, making sure I'm not rushing into anything and making sure that if I do take a trade, it's going to be one that's coming to me and not the other way around. Because I don't need a trade, right? We already had a good week. So that's how I'm kind of thinking. What's on your mind this morning?
Yeah, I mean, like obviously, because I'm in Vegas too. Like if I take a loss, like when you take a loss, typically like during the week, you're supposed to embrace those losses because those are what shape you. And that's, I call my losses wisdom and fees for lessons. But since, this is new for me, today we make history. I am in Vegas. So if I am going to trade, I'm probably going to trade really small. I may risk maybe like $50 to $100. I'm definitely not going to trade my live account, so I'm probably going to trade a prop firm and preserve my capital because I'm not about to ruin one of the days that I've been looking forward to. I am going to see my favorite artist and my favorite band tonight. So I want to have a good day. I want to start with a great morning. And I went out last night. I probably shouldn't have, but the time goes by so fast. And I got back to my friends because I'm staying at my friend's house, And we got back home at like 2 in the morning, and I'm like, dude, I have to wake up at 5. So I literally only had like 3 hours to sleep. So there's no way that I'm going to be risking money on the line. So definitely going to be patient and wait for that setup for sure.
I love it. I love it. I think you probably hit that sweet spot though. I don't know about for you, but for me, sometimes that 3 4 hour sleep window, I might not be the sharpest, but for whatever reason I can pop, so I don't know.
Dude,
You could
yes.
approve me.
I can
You know what I'm
totally.
talking about?
Yeah.
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 So that's all good. I do want to ask more about your favorite artist and how you're going to plan to spend the rest of your time in Vegas. But we got open pretty soon, so I wanted to touch
Yeah.
base, check in with what's happening in the market to get us off to the right foot, so we can just hit the ground running here in 20 minutes. Shout out Robert Walker in the chat. That's a new name for me. I don't get around much in the morning here, so welcome on in. Thank you guys. I see you,
Yeah. Good
Hamid.
morning, Nigel.
I was gonna say, where's Hamid? Where's Hamid? I know he's got to be around here somewhere. We got that
He's
girl
gonna
Alejandra on the mic,
pop up
so
here.
his favorite. Robert mentioning Rivian might catch a bid. We can check that out. They had a pretty gnarly dilution. I scalped them earlier in the week and was kind of kicking myself. Let's talk about that real quick because you're interested in the name. So I thought it looked like a really good setup earlier in the week. Let's go to a daily real quick. I mean, heck, man, it was looking beautiful on this ramp day here. I got in on this thinking, man, maybe we can try to test this wick again. It was so close to 20. I really wanted the 20 handle. I got in the trade, Alejandra, and then something happened with my head. I was in two other positions, and one of them
Oh,
was working really well. One of them was kind of cooking me. They all ended up profitable, but I sold my winner here early because I had too much exposure to one side of the tape long. And just because they all worked, it was more stress than I needed. So that actually was an example that I wanted to talk about later. Just purely talking about what Rivian is doing. I mean, they looked like they were having this amazing breakout through the 20, through this prior week's candle wick. But then the Fire Nation attacked here in the form of they diluted pretty hard on their investors. And what you can see is there was a stark reaction. It dropped about 9% immediately overnight from this amazing close through 2020, all the way back to its moving average here, the key cluster. It had both the 200 and the 50 here. And Alejandro, when I zoom out just a little bit, to me, it looks like this big consolidation, this big pennant. It tried to break out once, but there's a lot of short interest, a lot of short pressure, partially due to the fact that they dilute their investors like this. That being said, not all dilutions are bad, and the market seems to be respecting the move, even if they didn't like it. So, what we can look for this push, Robert accurately assessing that this looks very strong pre-market, trying to get a bid. So we'll get some levels here for y'all because I think this could be a little cup and either a really
don't
tight
tell me
hand.
Nvidia is falling, Lance, because I swung a position. I'm not going to be happy to open that up.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be okay. Well, let's talk about it because while it is falling, it's showing some nice structure on the high time frame.
Yeah,
I think this is a healthy consolidation as opposed to
it is.
maybe this Rivian, like this this candle. That's spooky for
Uh,
sure.
yeah, that's a beautiful short.
I was gonna say
Hamid, how did
beautiful.
you know? Of course, I missed you, Hamid.
So good to see you in the chat, by the way, Lance. Thank you so much for hanging out with us before the market here. Nvidia, I do like what we're seeing in the fact that we got our nice higher time for, or sorry, lower low into higher low. This W pattern that we always watch for. I know this chart's a little bit messy, but you guys get the gist, right? This W, this neckline. We get the break, we get the back test yesterday in a really nice catch. So what I would like to see is kind of a fractal nature of the same lower low, higher low pattern, but in this handle or this consolidation after the base. So Alejandro, what I was thinking, maybe we get this back test of 200, and in the morning session we get one more back test of 200, and then we can start to rock and roll. Hopefully, 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 hopefully.
Well, I
So
hope it
that's
does hold that level that where your cursor is right there and goes, because my Greeks are not going to work with me.
oh no, no. The Greeks are angry. The Greeks
Oh,
are angry. We can talk about it. So are you in weeklies there?
uh, weeklies?
What is your expiry for the? Or are you just swinging shares?
Today.
Oh,
I did
today?
a
Yeah, I was
zero
gonna say, so they're
DTE and
weeklies.
I was,
They're all, you're running out of time there.
yeah, yeah. I did a zero DTE yesterday, or no,
Mm.
no, I thought I did, but for some reason it only let me swing into tomorrow because that's the one that I chose for a quick like scalp. It was moving and I really liked it. I was up like 25%, but then I'm like, I'll just swing it, whatever. I'm only risking like $100, honestly. It's not that big of a deal.
So you said what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I this is something good that's going to be good to talk about. When is it time to hang up a trade? So I don't know. I hope you get
We'll
cash
see.
out.
We'll see. I'll watch it out.
For, fortune favors the brave, and what I will say is often if a stock's really strong and they wash it out right at the end of the day, it might be to get your short dated option that you're like, well, I can't hold it overnight. But Alejandra says, roll those dice. Let's check it out. So hopefully we get the nice little retest of the 200 support. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to check out these Camarilla pivots and change. Okay, I do have them to next period. So what this means is that when I zoom out, whoops, and switch to, let's just go extended. All right, it's a little messy, but the gist is these levels are extrapolating from our close, and we can predict that these are the zones that are going to be important for today. So what we can see is this Camarilla pivot, this I think it's a level 4 resistance, which is essentially just fancy terminology for this is the point that needs to break. It's kind of the break point for us to unlock some of these higher bullish targets. This would be a trend day. So we could have a nice push in the morning and still reject here. That would look like essentially a rejection of this wick area that we had pre-market there, Alejandra. So if we get the push, I think this is a great place to hop off the train or at least take some profit. What I would say is that see the supply zone here. I like that it's just over 200 and we have our bear pivot right under 200. So that means we have the room, we have the chance statistically to come back down, test that 200 that is support, and potentially make a higher low off of this yesterday's low to kind of form the same W pattern and, kind of tick all our boxes for a long here. One more thing I do like is this volume that's stacked above our current price. So that should be a draw up, should be a liquidity draw up. The one last variable here is we are on Friday. So a lot of people taking a picture of me. A lot of people they bought those 200 strikes this week. What that caused is, well, first price was bullish from underneath. When they were buying them at 194, 193, that caused the price to drift up, overcorrect over the 200. There was also a lot of 205 strikes, which is what I think Alejandra might be holding. We'll ask in a second. But essentially, we are over the 200, and that was probably the magnet. So then we come back down to the 200. They might not want to cash out those weeklies at 200. They might try to close the week under 200, and that wouldn't be so much bearish for the stock, so much as just kind of price moving on rails and hitting that max pain, which is just the price where the most options expire worthless and the market makers are the happiest. Doesn't always happen, but if they can do anything about it, they would like to get it right under that level. So that's something to consider there. This higher time frame chart, I still think looks beautiful for Nvidia. We got the trend line break, we got the back test. I know I'm holding shares and I would love to buy a little bit more this morning at 200. So Alejandra, that's what I'm kind of seeing there.
Yeah, thank you for that analysis. I think it's going to be a slow one, especially since today's Friday. I should have probably gotten like a call for maybe the end of the month or even August. And if it does pull back, guys, and I do have to take a loss, it's fine. It's not a big deal. My psychology is okay today, and I'm in Vegas. I can't be upset. I can't be sad.
Well,
But I
you're
would
also
love.
just, I'm so sorry. No, go.
I was just going to say, I would love to actually look into buying more if it actually doesn't hold that level. And if it does come back and pull down, it'll be an opportunity for me to actually swing a position for next week, or I mean, for next month. So, because it looks very nice. I usually don't trade breakouts, but it's holding beautifully at that pattern, at that breakout pattern.
Nice. Well, I love that you don't need to trade the breakout, right? And I think you honed in on this yesterday because you weren't buying like right first thing in the morning.
No, no.
Yeah, you were waiting for it to find that bottom, to find that higher low from yesterday and kind of prove itself, right? So I love that. I also love how you're thinking like a professional trader and the fact that my career isn't about this one trade. Your career isn't about this $100. You're in Vegas. You're having fun. But you can, even if you lose, you can still win by saying, hey, it wasn't just pure gamble. Maybe it's a little bit of a gamble, but the point is it can color your next trade. It can inform your next trade. So if I get stopped out, well, that's giving me information. I'm paying for that information. Maybe I'd rather have the market pay me, but hey, you got to take what you can get. And maybe you lose this 100, but it informs the next trade and you make twice as much, 3 times as much, 4 times as much. So I love that. Good stuff. We also have some very informed traders in chat here. They've been using their losses as tuition here and keeping their ear to the ground. We got Lance, we got Robert, both calling out SK.
And I'd rather gamble here than in the casinos, to be honest.
Exactly. Well, that's what I was asking you off camera. Like, what's your favorite game? What's your game of chance? You're like
I'll
options.
pull out my
You're like the
laptop
market,
and sit next
basically.
to the table over there.
Absolutely.
Somebody mentioned, I don't know if you could read the comments and go through the comments. There's like a new IPO, SKHY.
Yeah,
Maybe
SKHY. So this is
Roger, I
SK
mean, I don't know
Hynix.
who mentioned it, but yeah.
So it's not technically an IPO. What it is an ADR release. So what this means is the company is already established, just not here. So it's a South Korean company. They produce high bandwidth memory. They're essentially Korean Micron, and really Micron is American SK Hynix. If you really think about it, they're the OGs, and so to speak. So if you've been hearing anybody going on and on about KOSPI, that is the South Korean index. It is quite a wild ride. Alejandra, much like yourself, Korean investors, they have a little bit of a risk appetite. They like to send it. They like to gamble a little bit. We have some wild swings this year on KOSPI, driven primarily by the fundamentals of the incredibly bullish memory sector. Those why am I blanking on words? Forward projections, we'll call, are incredibly bullish. And the only thing stopping this thing is the short interest that comes in on every big pop. Because you know what? There's just been wild swings. When something moves 8% on an index regularly, you're going to see big down moves too. So we are battling this downtrend line where investors are kind of getting liquidated. I say investors, but these are very highly leveraged shareholders for the most part. So we finally got this washout, this kind of sweep out of the prior lows here. Actually, we didn't quite get the sweep out now that I look at it, but we're trying to hold this range essentially. So it'll be very interesting to watch how this ADR affects the index here and affects the overall trade. So we're going to get more into it for sure, but we only got 8 minutes till open. So I want to focus on the open. We're going to get all of our systems ready to go here to trade it if we see the setup we're looking for. So I want to walk us through all of that really quickly. I do need to get some water. Alejandra, do you think you could man the ship here for 3 to 5 minutes? 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I'm also going to be looking at futures just to see if I see an opportunity, if I see anything. But it actually is kind of hard. I didn't think about it, but at home I have 2 other monitors, and here I only have one screen. So I'm gonna have to think about this. I should have brought my iPad so I can have like another chart. So now I have my options on one phone.
There you go.
Maybe I'll execute on futures on this phone. So yeah, I'm just getting everything set up and make sure that everything is ready. And this one is dying, so let's charge it.
2 phones. I love it. I love it. So even when you're not prepared, you're prepared. There you go. Give me just a second. I need to get
Yes,
some
and I
water.
brought my mic, so I'm somewhat prepared.
Oh, baby, look at that. Awesome. Well, you don't have your extra screens, but you got your extra Steve. I'm going to help you out. We got more eyes on here. We got a lot of eyes in the chat. Absolutely. Shout out Crow, by the way. I see you in there, baby. All right. I'm going to be back in just 2 minutes. If you would like to share your screen, feel free to. Awesome. And I'll put that up before I grab that water. I'm yapping today. I'm yapping.
Okay, good. I need you to yap because my energy is kind of low.
Oh no, don't say that. We'll get that energy up once the chart's open here. Once we get that volume coming in, we'll wake up real quick. She has us, Talk says. There you go. There you go. So Pops Mafia, when you say futures, what chart is that? She loves trading her micro NASDAQ, so MNQ. I tend to lead into the SPY side, the ES side, just because I'm a little bit slower. Don't hold it against me. But You know, the great thing is we easily can translate those levels to SPX, which I trade for options,
Yeah.
for SPY, which I trade for equities. So that's what I'll be trading in my trade the pool account when I get back if we do see the good trade. But great news is no matter what your instrument of choice is, we got you covered. We got you covered. And you small cappers out there, we're not forgetting about you either. We will be manning those scanners, watching the highest movers. I want to get back into that too. But real quick, I'm parched. I need to get this water.
Girl. Wait, Pops Mafia. I didn't know you could bet on green. No, wait, actually, yeah, I didn't know you could
What?
do that. I thought it was just black or red, but
Oh,
maybe
isn't it the one on a roulette wheel is green? I'm not sure. Just just be
yeah.
right. Just pick the one. Just
Usually when I go with like a guy friend, and I just like sit there, get free drinks, and look pretty. So I try to learn, but I don't like to gamble. And then, I was wondering, Pops Mafia or anybody here, do you guys trade futures? Because if you don't, there are prop firms out there where you don't have to use your own capital. So if you want to gamble a little bit, you don't have to be in Vegas. You can literally get a prop firm, and it's, think of it like paper trading, but it's not paper trading. If you pass the eval and you follow the rules, you can get funded. And so when I say funded, meaning like depends on the type of account that you have. Like let's say you have a 50K account or a 100K account or a 150K account or a 200K account. We actually offer also a prop firm, but that's kind of for shares through Trade the Pool, which is something that we can talk about later. But in futures, let's say we choose like a 50K account, they give you like paper money, and they don't necessarily give you a $50,000. So like, you can't just go gamble it in Vegas, but the account, like a 50K account, has a $2,000 drawdown, or like a balance, right? So if some prop firms have rules where like you can't lose more than a certain amount, because then the account will be blown, and then if you paid $100, then that's pretty much all you're risking. But if you make, let's say, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in a week or a month, then the prop firms usually take 10 to 20%. So if you guys are interested in learning a little bit more about that, I do have a server where I talk about this, and I teach beginners how to use the prop firm so that they don't use their own capital and don't go through what I went through or what we all probably went through and lose a bunch of money that is so not necessary. We don't need to put the money, our money, our hard earning working money on the line. So the prop firms will give you access to that. Steve, I almost died without you. I'm just kidding.
I'm sure you were just fine. It's like I don't know if you've ever watched Community. I know somebody out there has. There's a scene where they're like doing a group project or something. Somebody goes to get pizza. He walks back in the door, drops the pizza. There's like three fires going on. One of them's like battling with swords with another. There's a crazy monkey running around. That's just everything goes to chaos. I'm looking around. I don't see anything too crazy. I think we're good. We got 2 minutes till we open. But remember, guys, you don't have to force that trade. I wasn't running back to my desk going, I gotta trade the open. I gotta trade the open.
No, and I
gonna be
actually have a rule not to trade the first 15 minutes of the market. So even if the trade is there, I mean, sometimes like I'll take it if like the setup is really, really clear and it's like there. But I have to wait. I have to sit on my hands and I have to wait. Plus, I have to manage my opening trade here with Nvidia. So
Love
I'm
it,
trying
love
to
it.
also get my. Here we go. Okay.
So you are going to be on chip duty here this morning. I see you're going to be watching those chips in the morning. I love that. So I'm going to be getting all of my gamma exposure stuff up and ready for y'all, so we can
Please.
continue to watch. But that's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see how this progresses.
Two
We can
minutes.
we can get into it in just a second here. Yeah, absolutely. Get into some of these comments just real quick. First off, SPY, by the way, nice flag structure here. Nice attempt to push out of this morning open. I just drew out this level at 75236. 75236 is our pre-market highs. If we get through there, I think we can open the door to some expansion. First stop is going to be this bear supply zone, somewhere around 5350 to 5450. So up to maybe 55 you can consider that one big zone where you can look to take trims if you get along. Ideally, we get a little bit of manipulation down into our supply zone, into our hourly trigger. This would be under this 750 level. So that's where I would really like to see a nice one low and lower low into higher low there to play off of. You know me, I'm a broken record. Lower low, higher low. I look to get in if it fits the high time frame. I like the high time frame and I like that hourly trigger. Also, as I zoom out here, as the bell opens.
Good. Come on, baby.
Whoa, look at that. Production value. I don't get it to be on in the morning much. So that's an awesome opening bell icon there. So right out of the gate, we do see some relative strength already trying to hit over our little target here. So this is the first trigger we can watch for potential volatility to the upside. But Alejandra, remember those 5-minute opening range breaks, they only work about half as often. They only stick about half as often as the 15 minutes. So I did the numbers. You know me, I'm a numbers guy. And for me, it looked like definitely my edge was waiting for that 15-minute break. So I missed some of these trades, and that is fine by me. We are seeing nice expansion on the 1 minute. We'll go through on the 5 minute. We're going through our oscillators here. Pops Mafia saying, watch for a head fake on the open. And that's what I always expect. I always expect a little bit of BS in the morning. Nice push forward here. We like this. If you are in a long scalp, if you were saying, hey, it looks strong, I like it, just keep in mind, we do have nice expansion on the 1 minute oscillator, but starting to look just a little bit overbought just on the one. We did get this trigger. Does seem like we are trying to push upwards right out of the gate, but just something to keep in mind before we get all of our tools calibrated. Remember, in the first 15 minutes, we get a lot more data to work off of as well. The 5 minute still expanding upwards, but again, getting a little bit close to overbought, and you see how the move is already having trouble sticking. Will it stick? I don't know. But what I do know is that this is less high probability than waiting for our spot. So that's what I'm planning on doing here. Pops Mafia asking a good question. Am I still in UPS? I stopped out of my runner for break even on that news. It got bad news. Bad news. Let's see. Is it ripping without me? Looking pretty strong at 112. If you're still in this, congratulations. You had more discipline than me. Or maybe more willpower, because the UPS shakeout, it got me pretty bad. This was gnarly to hold through. I held through the first knife and I saw this green candle. I was like, okay, I have risk to manage into. Maybe it's just a little bit scared at the moment, but you know what? They just plowed straight through there. My contracts flashed red really quick, so when it bounced up a tiny bit, I took the break even for the runner. We did get our nice measured move to the first target of 12.50 to 13. So that's where I monetized half of my position. I wish I held. It does still look strong, but you know what? I had to trust my system there. So I am not currently long UPS. I do respect
We were
the trade.
watching that, huh? I totally forgot about UPS.
Nah, is what it is. We're all gonna miss a billion trades. I just kind of have to move on with my life and not stare at it too much. So, what else we got? Lance looking for APLD
Good
to
morning,
push.
Josh.
APLD.
I'm at 40% on my Nvidia cost. Let's go.
Let's go. Is it working?
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom. Excellent. So let's talk about it, Alejandra. What's your plan for managing this risk?
Diamond hands.
Diamond hands. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's find some levels for you.
I like that level you have there, 205.
205,
honestly,
205 is great.
honestly,
So remember,
this is water
204.50 to
room.
205, that's going to be where they start having trouble. Even this 204.58, I think they want to gun it for that, and then that might be a liquidity break. What I mean by that is, hey, there it is. That high of the day that came at the very end, if we break above that, we can see continuation for the bigger move, but that could also be where they run it back a little bit. So seeing nice, healthy hammers so far, but just remember, in this first window, they could whip it back on us. So if
Dude, honestly, my Greeks are kind of effed. I don't like them.
What's your strike? Are you 205s? 200s?
I bought a stupid call, 207.
You're in 210s?
207.
207.50s? Okay.
My theta is like 1.9 and my delta's 0.19.
I'm going to be honest, despite being a numbers guy, I vibe it out with the Greeks when I'm trading zeros. So in general, I don't care about the exact number. More so is, I do the mental math on that delta. How likely do I think it'll be that it'll transact? So what I would say is you're getting a nice move in the morning here. You're getting, I don't know if it's a get out of jail free card or what. But
Well,
you can
here's the
always
thing.
reposition too, you know? You could
I
get
know,
out
I
of
know.
these and get into something a little safer. That being said, I think that it's likely that you get the 205 at least. So I'm going to root for you here. I'm going to set an alert at 204.61 for us too. So we just are aware when that pops. Getting back over to SPX, we had the big break here. Let me go to SPY. Yeah, nice push up. We got through this, and now I would expect to see a little bit of a pullback. So ideally, we showed the incentive to move up, and now we get a nice minor pullback. See, the sellers are going to start trying here. The 1 minute oscillator starting to roll, but this is in the context of pretty bullish oscillators on the 15, just ramping up there with a little bit of room. The 30 ramping up there with a little bit of room, but again, kind of in the top quartile of this little oscillator at the top of the screen there. And the hourly is what I really like to see for trend. We are running a little bit hot, but we cooled off overnight, and now we are finding those buyers and crossing back over, assuming that we close this hourly candle, half-hour candle, bullish. We got Josh Smith, AK47, in the chat. Look at you two, get it. Look at you, Josh. I appreciate you as always. It means so much that you gave us the shot here to do our own thing, because I think we got a lot to give these fine people. And
Wow, this is so nice.
are
I
you
can't.
still cooking? Let's
Yeah,
boom.
I can't.
Oh,
I
okay. So
can't
the alert
even
just triggered. Yeah,
believe.
there it is in the corner there. So now's a great place to take a little bit off. You never know what happens. Just gonna say that. Never know what happens. But if we are going to have a mean reversion day, wouldn't it would make sense that it pops up for the first couple minutes and then it comes back down. I don't know. But see, this is where some sellers are going to try to step in. Circle up $8. Interesting to see there. They have a bank charter, so we can watch these financial fintech type plays. I know we were talking about SoFi. That's looking pretty good, as well as what was the other one? PayPal. PayPal, very interesting as well. PayPal up 2%. Oh, SoFi up 5%. I did miss that one there. A little bit bummed, but we'll find our next spot. You can see Nvidia respecting our sell zone there for now. Let's see if it holds this high volume node. And I'm going to start getting us set up with some gamma exposure here as well. SPX, really nice back test and push. Still got some juice here. Still got some juice, but just respecting that this is the time where they could start to have some manipulation to the other side. If we just get a straight out of the gate trend day, hey, it is what it is. You got to love that. I just want to really get that good entry. So I'm not chasing anything despite a nice strong start here.
I'm about to take profits.
I love that. So what I'm starting to do here,
I want one more push here.
I'm getting Nvidia up for you while I work. Yeah, you see how it's just kind of struggling a tiny bit? I think it still wants to go higher. This is still nice price action, but it's just not super clean. It's not like the big expansion we got up to this level. Now that we got to this level, it's having a little bit of trouble, although still looking good in my book. By the way, we got some great traders in my room. One of them is closing their SOX S weeklies, but keeping the longer dated things. So we are going to talk about potential hedges later as well. But as of now, seeing just a little bit of the head bonk into this bear supply zone where often that will come. Tyler's saying, come on, MU, let's go, MU, show me the money, MU. We'll get some levels on there too. MU trying to curl on up. And remember, memory's a top watch today, guys, because of that SKHY ADR coming out shortly. So hopefully MU gets this curl. If so, we can look for to the day's low and the day's close above as the next target. They're at 987 to 990. And let's be real, we all want the 1K. The 1,000, that's going to be the big level. If we can get up there, I want to see us find price acceptance and push higher because we do have room up to the 1040 and even beyond because of that, the influx of liquidity that happens in the sector. What I will say about MU and about memory in general, I do think that what's really important is going to be where the price comes in and what the market's appetite is for this name, because we have another. We have the same company listed in another country as a barometer, as a starting point. If there's just so much hunger in the U.S. market for high bandwidth memory for this, there's only Micron. Well, then you could see, and I would anticipate to see, oversubscription and a number above the correlative price to the South Korean stock. So that would be us paying a premium for it stateside. So we will definitely see if that's the case. Let's check back in with SPY real quick. And just as we kind of expected, it was one candle late, but just seeing a little bit of sell pressure. Doesn't mean that it's broken or anything, but hey, kind of, not super out of line price action. You go up, manipulate price up. Now we have the chance to bring it down.
I think MNQ or SPY or Aspire or QQQ. If it doesn't go above 29,910, I think we can see continuation to the downside from this rejection here. So I'm gonna.
Would you mind sharing your screen when you're talking futures? Just because I don't have them easily up here
Oh,
yet. I don't have my
I was
futures
trying to.
program.
I don't know how to
So on the
because
left on dynamic scene, you'll see Alejandra LTR right under
no, I
Steve
know
there.
how, but like the thing is that because I only have one screen, it like I was trying to see if I could just do the window and it doesn't come up.
No worries. I'm messing with you on the fly here. I can pull things up as well. And I'm sorry. I know you said something. I didn't quite catch it. If you could leave a comment in the private chat, or in the WhatsApp, I'll get to that for sure. But real quick, just watching Nvidia back into the VWAP that's just starting to form here. Like we said, great trim there. I think you said 2-3 minutes ago. So basically the top. Nice call there. And now we'll watch and we'll wait. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Mr. Two Claps in the house saying you two are the truth. Well, thank you, brother, so much. We really appreciate that. I don't know about the truth, but we'll always give it to you. The truth as we see it, Little Socks S Pop, as my friend closed some of his calls, he is holding the next there. But nice action there. Shout outs, B Hood in my chat as well. He thought his SoFi calls were dead. They're up 700%. Let's go, baby. What a move on SoFi in the house. Excellent extension. Man, this thing was rocking and rolling up almost 5% before just starting to pull back. So it is time to start talking. Whoa, look at that SPY move. We were expecting pullback, the manipulation up. I wasn't expecting this much of a hammer down, but let's see how much room we got. So in 4 minutes, we will have the opening range set up here. And excuse me for 1 second. I got to start some bots up and get my data running here. 1 second.
Nvidia's still holding, so it looks nice.
Okay, right on.
Sorry, I can't pull up my screen, guys. I tried. I don't know.
It's all good. This is the dry run.
When it asks me like what screen I want to share, nothing pops up. Like and if I swipe, it goes away. It's like so weird.
It's messing with you.
Mhm.
Just a second here.
I wonder if SPY is gonna hold below here. Let me compare it to the QQQ chart. Or you don't look at QQQ. We look at SPY, right?
I look at it all, and I think all levels are worth watching. I do look at Qs for sure. The biggest thing is I've yet to integrate my QQQ heat maps into my gamma exposure, so I just feel a little bit underprepared looking at just the Qs. I look at that as kind of context and confluence for my SPY, but just need to wait and see. So SPY right now testing the open, still holding that. We have a nice range that's forming in 2 minutes here that I want to get my bot ready for y'all. So just give me 1
All right.
sec.
I'm also gonna get ready to sell my Nvidia calls just because I don't
Oh,
want to
wow.
do it anymore.
Yeah, it could be a higher low. You never know. This is a lot of relative strength. I think chips probably a good place to be watching here, especially with the SK Hynix. But you know what? Securing that money, you swung zeros and it worked. So that's a big win. Beautiful lighting there, by the way. It's just starting to get blue and sunny there. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. I'm digging it. Awesome trade there. I love the first trim.
Love it. All right.
Okay. All right. Nvidia looking very strong. So we got the bear supply test. It came back to VWAP. In my book, it wants to push higher. I think it goes for the 205. I did go for the 205 proper. Watch 205.87. And if that flips, we can get the move up to your measured move. If those go in the money, you're going to be printing hard on those runners. But if you also sold on that second potential higher low, either way, it's a really good trade.
Yeah.
All right. We're almost there, guys.
It's getting warm out here. But this is like so beautiful. I'm having coffee, I'm making money, I'm getting some sunshine. I love life.
This is what it, guys, this is the vibe on Fridays, okay? We're not forcing things. We're chilling. We're having a good time. We're spending it with you. We're watching what you want to see as well. In 1 minute, we will have these opening range breaks. So then we can watch, especially SPY. I want to see how it performs. Nvidia, it's just curling under its high, or not curling, but hanging out right under its opening range high. So we can see if we get the push in a minute here when those flip. By the way, our gamma exposure showing 75.50 being our predominant strike so far for this session. SPX here certainly sitting just currently sitting just 2 points under. What we're watching for is essentially whether or not call exposure builds above this big pivot or put exposure builds below. And just for anybody new here, this doesn't mean you have to trade options. That's not what we're about. No, we're about watching the options flow to gain high probability moves. So as you can see, this ticked up just a little as SPY tried to hold this level. Just something to watch here as we now have our opening range setting, 15-minute opening range. So what I'm going to do is going to draw out the high here and the low here. And we're going to be looking to potentially play this break if it aligns with our higher time frame plan. So we said we had some room on the 15-minute. Still looking okay. I'd still like to be a dip buyer, but maybe this morning is a little bit tricky because we got the manipulation upwards. My brain says, hey, maybe we want to pull it down a little bit more. My brain's also saying, I think that we're bullish in general. So there's a little bit of there's not a super clear trajectory for me here yet. And I want to give it a little bit more time and wait for some more data to come in. That's just
I
me.
think SPY wants to keep pushing as well.
I would love that on the higher time frame, and I just need to see that sign of strength. So maybe it'll start with this candle close over the VWAP. That would be a great sign, liking what we're seeing so far.
All right.
And I'm going to keep an eye on the premium here.
That was a great trade.
Awesome. You out?
Yeah, I'm out. I'm flat.
Nice. Okay. Big push here for SPX over the VWAP, like we were saying, like we were watching there. Good action. There you go. Get it.
That'll buy me some drinks tonight.
Big expansion here. Love to see that. Getting some flow from my buddies in the server saying a decent amount of puts being opened on this push, both short and long dated. I don't want to give it too much credit yet. It can always be they can always be early. They could always be wrong, but just something to note, just another little data point as I flounder around trying to get all of my bots ready to go here. Apologies.
I'm just going to tell my server really quick. I'm out of Nvidia.
Nice. That's what you get here, guys. Full disclosure, full transparency. We don't always crush every trade, but you know what? We tend to crush a good amount, honestly. So great job there. Going to start to look at some of these other names. MU. Nice attempt trying to break its opening range. So we got the little poke higher. Let's see if it holds VWAP, and we can get the expansion here. It is the bull supply zone, so if bears do want to step in before the IPO, this might be their spot. A little head fake above and a push down. But SPY seeming pretty strong so far. Great candle here. We just don't want to see a higher or a lower high. We want to see it smash here, and maybe even if we aren't feeling good enough to take that trade, maybe we get a nice retest or something like that as it cools off for the expansion push. We'll keep an eye on it here. So far, I'm not seeing massive expansion on the 75.75. The next strike I'd like to see expand up, but it's getting a little bit better. What we want to see is essentially holding over this price, 75.50. As you can see, we're currently 5 points over, and then we want to see this number tick on up. Right now, we're at about 9.25278 billion, and we want to see that tick up, and that's just the notional value combined strike there.
Very good.
Very good. All right. Finally got my bot running, so I'll have a bunch more information for you in just a second as well. Talks calling. Sock says pop. That was actually 7 minutes ago. I apologize. Comments moving so fast. I don't know what's going on. Robert talking Rivian.
On it today with the comments.
I know. We appreciate it so much, guys.
Still going.
Nice volume, nice green volume. A couple minutes there on Rivian, by the way. Oh, wow. Rivian's popping like it's hot. Robert saying it's dancing, and it looks like it wants to send this thing. I love this break, this nice impulse move on volatility here. So we have room up to 19, up to 20 today, I think, on Rivian, if it can stick this move, and it looks really good to me. So I like this Rivian trade. Of course, I don't have my broker open quite yet, trying to get everything else ready for you. So I might miss this one. We'll see how fast I can get everything up and running, but let's watch. We want to see the candle close above, and the safer move is to close above and back test, especially a 5-minute candle close will make me feel a little bit better. But this is the great first start here for this opening range break, and I would anticipate, no predicting, but if I had to, gun to my head, predict, I think this one looks very strong for expansion up. Lance calling the break of 205 on Nvidia. Wow, look at that. Still cooking through our pivot.
Still pushing.
That was the level where we didn't know if it was going to clear or not. Always could reject here, but you know what? It was
I
acting
saw
right.
211 as well, but I didn't want to get greedy.
That I would say that would be definitely greedy. If I wasn't selling over the pivot, I would be basically saying, hey, I'm just letting it ride. I'm playing the numbers, saying, hey, I made my money. I locked this in. I free rolled the trade. And now let's see if we get that further expansion, that little cherry on top. All right, Pops giving us some great insight here just a minute ago, saying Marvell and Intel at VWAP, they could follow Nvidia. Let's see if they do. Marvell had the nice sweep out to the bearish targets. Now it is trying its best to hold the line here. This one, I would need to see a nice higher low structure. You could argue that was the higher low down there at 233.30, but it was so brief, so quick. I'd rather see one more push down to maybe that 235 level, the bottom of that big shelf there. See that little hole in the tape? That's an area where we could dip into before ripping. But so far, chips looking pretty good here. Nice range break on SMH. Those 15-minute range breaks, you watch and see. This one looks like it's sticking. Bouncing back to Rivian, still hanging out under its one. So we'll watch that one closely. Could see that expansion quite shortly. Talk mentioning a lot of rebalancing last week. Still watching the effects, absolutely. So this is great to know. We're going to pull up a daily chart showing some aspect of this, and that is the IGV over SMH. So software over hardware. You're seeing the chopping, the bopping, the shaking, the bacon. And what I think is happening here, Alejandra, is we're getting some shifting back and forth. The water sloshing back and forth from the buckets as things kind of stabilize, and as SPY under the hood is starting to push after these baskets have kind of bounced a little bit up, a little bit down. What I think is happening is we're seeing some inflows into IGV, but then we're seeing people basically stabilizing the strongest semiconductors as well. I think we're setting up for a broader based rally where everything can participate. I mean, heck, we're seeing fintech like PayPal. These things are dogs, but even these are starting to look strong. So I'm going to be watching XLF today as well, and going into next week for the bank earnings. I think that's going to be a big pivot. And as my good friend Jay Arlington on Twitch likes to say, or well, at least told me last night, it's very often that we do see pullback across the market, or across at least these bank stocks on the actual earnings, and then they eat the dips very fast because you know what? I think we're bullish. I think the market's going to reward these XLF stocks even if they get beaten down a little bit on their earnings proper. Here's JPM, for example. We might see what we saw on earnings previously. Like they like to open high, close red, but then recover, at least short term, and then longer term. There you can see the follow through. Here's another example. This one got beat for a week or so, but in general, they do tend to give buy entries off of these bank earnings. So we'll see if that's the case. I'm still bullish seasonally going into July and August. I would really like to see nice pops happen. We got some small caps to check in on too. Crow mentioning one of them with JZXN in the house. Big candle there. This is a daily. Let's get into the 5-minute here. Really nice ramping. Wow. Okay. All right. So starting to get overbought potentially just on my oscillators, but very, very strong move. Definitely not fading this. Looks incredibly strong. So let's get you some high time frame levels here. First one, this is the big one, 281. You guys really got to watch this one. Top of a major volume shelf. This is what will make or break this trade for a bigger squeeze. Jackson halted up. What's up, Wendy's Tendies in the house? Is somebody going to tell me what this thing is? GZXN. Called it Jackson, but that's not it. Of course, it's the institution. You have Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, and GUZ Holdings. The big four, as they call it, the generals. I've never heard of this thing in my life, but happy for anybody who's in. Congratulations on the halt up. If you get the push through 279, 280, you can see a lot of expansion here because it can break this big shelf. If the squeeze is on, then I see big numbers at $4.94 to $5. A lot of reasons to bring it up there. One more
Guys,
level for y'all.
I just realized I only sold one contract. I'm flat out.
Alejandra trades.
See,
All right,
guys?
so you just got some more free money. What's your plan?
I was
What's your
like, wait,
plan?
what? Why am I still up 100%? I'm like,
That's
oh my
amazing.
God,
But
this
all
is
right, how many you got? How many you got? If you got
I'm done. I'm
more than
flat.
one and you're up 100,
Yeah, I just got 3 contracts.
okay, you got okay, totally. So sell more and free roll it. You got the free money at the very least. Just past couple candles, be very careful because free money is my favorite kind. We do have targets up at 207.50 up to 208.50. I think are both great
No,
places
I'm
to
flat.
catch
I'm
some out.
flat. I can't get greedy.
Can't get greedy. All right, what I would say is you can put a trailing stop on one to try that out. You can just take them all here. You can hold maybe what I personally would do is maybe sell 2 and hold 1 for the potential push.
Yeah,
But like
I
you're saying,
already I got out. I got
you're
out.
out. Okay, great job. Great trade. All
Just
right.
because like I don't want it to pull back, and then the Greeks,
Yeah.
honestly, like I do look at the Greeks. Whenever theta is higher than my delta, I when it pulls back, even if it's just like 50 cents or even like $1, like literally I'll be up like 200% sometimes, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just drops, and all my profits are. And it would just be like the worst thing if I'm up like 50%, and then all my profits are gone, and I will go cry. I will shut
I,
off my
I
computer and go cry a little bit.
I totally understand. This is why, especially with options, one thing that I'll always preach is selling into strength because it can disappear in a second. And that's why I'll also preach, honestly, I understand if you want to touch the stove, you're going to touch the stove, go trade your options, fine. Eventually, you'll get burned, you'll get sick of it, and you'll want something more consistent. You know, that's what almost all traders go through. When you reach that point, come on over. You know, we're still here. We got the trade the pool accounts for you to minimize your risk in that regard. Not have to worry about the theta, not have to worry about the delta. But I mean, I'll be the first to say it's a lot of fun. So that being said, the theta, remember guys, theta is just the amount that you're paying every day to hold it, basically. You know, that's the amount that's withering away. That's the cost that it takes to hold this leverage. So absolutely, good stuff there, but it can just disappear very fast. So always selling into strength is a great thing. And then just maybe if you have 4 contracts, you let 1 ride or you let 2 ride when you're at 100%. Then that way, no matter what, you can't hurt yourself. And the biggest thing I'll say is don't take an options trade if you don't think it can double. Otherwise, there's probably a better instrument for that. You know, leverage really shines when you get, you know, the potential for the straight shot, big move over 100%. You can lock it in and then potentially get that big expansion higher. So I do still think it's very strong. I understood why you sold, but if you're still in this, anybody else, I think the next targets are up here, but make sure you pay yourself like Alejandra did here. I love it.
Yeah,
That
for
being
sure.
said, guys, the psychology here is interesting. And we know we're talking about psychology a lot. Alejandra, she was good. She sold into where it could have rejected, but then she found herself still in the trade after kind of breaking that or getting past that psychological break point. So perhaps if this was the plan all along, it would have been easier to hold for the advanced target. But at the same time, we're still just dancing right over the place where we could reject. So what I say is when the market gives you free money, you thank the Mr. Market. You say, thank you for the free money, Mr. Market. I'm not going to get too greedy. And you lock that in. So I love that when you just it's like the opposite of life giving you lemons there. Life gave you lemonade. And you said, oh, thanks. I'll take some lemonade. If it goes higher, who cares? It's free money, right?
Yeah.
Easy come, easy go. I love that. I love that. So Robert Walker in the
Like I
house.
love when she dance. You know it.
Let's go. Let's go. Best day of the week for Mr. Robert Walker. Love to hear that. Bought some Microsoft and longed Meta at VWAP. All right, Microsoft is interesting. How are we looking on the weekly close? That's what I was really waiting for, watching for. Looks like a bullish weekly hammer just teasing me under this weekly 200. If we get the close over, I am slapping that ass into the next week just on shares. But there's still a chance it could reject. It does seem like it's shaping up nicely, though. No, UPS going up without me. Sag. Okay, yeah, nothing too crazy yet. That's okay. I will live with myself and my decisions. Nvidia, are we going to see big candle? We are seeing the big candle getting close to that next target. Amazing trade and continuation there. What are the indices doing? We haven't checked back in a few minutes. We are grinding on up. Love it. So see this, guys, we are still inbounds for a potential range break right here. Looks like we're potentially getting a trade that's takeable here on we're either seeing ascended triangle about to break upwards, or we're seeing kind of rising wedge that may break down. In my book, it seems like we're 1, 2, 3, 4 knocking on this key level with room to go higher. But let's check in with our gamma and see if we can get confirmation. I'm loving this profile. Basically, I want to see this orange box become like a monolith. I want to see it be one big chunky box, not this big spike here and then a big fall off. So I like that this node is growing at 75.70 as well as 75.60. That should guide us up if we can get kind of confirmation over that opening range. Still bonking our head a little bit. So we'll keep an eye here. Haven't taken a trade, and this is why you wait for the confirmation. But interesting stuff so far. Also, going to point out in my Discord, we got some real great guys putting out some more great information. Here's a screenshot, a book map here showing what is standing in our way. So at ES 7605 and 7610, we got some big brick walls, and this is called a spoof. So essentially, this was the kind of thing that was drawing us, this big bar up here. And as we started to get up into it, they smacked this in front of us, said like, we're gonna need some credentials here. We're gonna need you to show yourself and really show the strength if you're gonna get past this. It might be bounce and reject here. They might kind of use this to push us down a little bit before coming back up eventually for this 7610, which I would expect. But that's kind of what I'm looking for there. Still not getting the entry signal, the entry trigger with the break and hold over here. I'd actually like to see a 5-minute hold over there. So not the cleanest day for me and what I look for in my system. This happens about 30-40% of the time where nothing screams at me to take a trade. So I'm hanging out. I got my energy drink, no free advertising, and my energy drink of some type. And I'm going to start enjoying this as we look for a potential trade. I want to check in on JZXN as well. Keep an eye on this one. Okay, it is perfect timing. We just saw the unhalt. It is going to try to squeeze over. This was our first target. You see it transacting nicely, but you also see this is where there are just a little bit of sellers. Doesn't look like a hard rejection, so I'd love to see this digest and then kind of push on up. Push on up. Good stuff there so far. And let's see what else we got in the chat. ANET in the house, Arista Network. We're very bullish on this name overall in my server. I don't have a position. I wish I did. I was talking about it with my buddy 3 days ago and missed this big candle. I would like to see moving averages catch up for me to get involved, but very bullish on Arista. And what Arista does, it's a very cool company. What they do is essentially they, well, first off, we got to talk servers. Essentially, there's you could either expand your rack, your server rack up, in one unit. There's that kind of expansion. You could also build out and have another rack next to it and then connect those two. So those are two types. And then there's a third type of connecting or expanding your server space, essentially. And this is going to be kind of hooking up entire data centers virtually. So it's a little bit hard for my slow brain to understand, but I had somebody smart try their best to explain it to me. Essentially, a lot of the neoclouds, probably most of them, are customers of Arista here, and they allow basically large amounts of server space to be partitioned in very small segments to go out to, however they need to go out to their clients. So very essential AI infrastructure on the software side, but very important for hardware. So it's an interesting trade that should be trading with semiconductors, but also get the boost with the IGV trade, if I'm understanding it correctly. So I like the Arista for sure for a longer term position. I can be patient here with this. Another one that I'm patient on, I do have a starter, but I just love the theme, love the name, and that is Net. So ANET and Net, Arista and Cloudflare here. This is my other big pick in the software as a service space. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful company, beautiful trade, and I think they're going to be one of the main winners of the agentic internet future. Awesome. Pops Mafia, we appreciate you so much, brother. Wish you could watch you two trade every day. This is great. Well, that means so much.
Wait, how come you can't? Is it because we're not on every day?
Well, I'm on every day. Alejandra, are you on every day or getting close?
I'm pretty much on every day, honestly. I'm on.
Where can they find you every day?
Well,
Because I love you.
it's because I'm on. Well, we're gonna be on Fridays from moving forward, right? On Trade the Pool, but I'm live every single day except for Tuesdays on Fivers, so 5ERS. So I would recommend for you guys to subscribe and to subscribe here too, as well as push that like button. And then also, Steve, I'm gonna need you to hold the fort down for like maybe 3 minutes because I didn't think about this. I was too excited. My laptop, usually it's always connected and plugged in. I never think
You're
about the
about to die.
battery. The
Go do what you got to
battery
do.
is
Do
at
what you got to do.
7%. So I'm going to go inside and just plug it in, and I'll have to change my scenery, unfortunately. So give
Oh,
me
no
like three
worries.
minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. If somebody can put the links on the chat, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll get you all set up. All
BRB.
set up. All right. All right, that girl's out of here for just a second. She'll be right on back. SPX still putting in this kind of rising wedge / ascending triangle, still not giving us the clean break. So we're hanging out, we're watching, we're waiting. We'll get those links for you shortly. Don't worry. What else is going on? Let's check back in with some of our other trades we were watching. Rivian there, it got the first pop down, needed to backtest, flush out to the view app. This is kind of a sloppy setup, but I do see the incentive to try to push on up unless this is a lower high and fails the view app again. So if you are in this trade, you could, or you're looking to get into this trade, you could look to play the back test of the initial opening range break, something like this. A little sloppy when you get the back test, it washes out to view app. So it's not like an A+ setup for me, but something we can keep watching for sure. Bumping on back to JZXN. This thing is cooking right through the 300 I'm going to say as we expected. I didn't know what it was going to do here, but the strength into this level, like we said, digesting, not a hard rejection, usually means to continuation or leads to continuation. We do have room for the double, guys. We were talking about this one at 250. I'm going to give us credit for talking about it at 250, probably 260, something like that. Regardless, would be really nice if we could call out that double on tape. But full disclosure, I'm not in this one. This is a little too I don't want to say degenerate, a little too fast moving for my chill Friday morning. Jay Kolovas in the chat. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Good to see you. How does SPX look? I know this was 7 minutes ago. Might have gotten to it by then. We're hanging out. We're hanging out waiting for this clean break, clean close above. You can see this clear level, this purple 15-minute opening range. It is not giving us the signal yet, but it's not rejecting either. So this is when I tend to look for the buildup of the gamma exposure while we're watching it over here. I look for the flow ratio to start improving. I look for the net gamma exposure to continue to improve bullish here. In general, just keeping in mind we are 69% of the daily ATR already. Half of the move and a little bit more has been probably made, but there is still room up if we want to have a nice big outsized ATR day. Always a possibility, especially when you have such a nice high time frame setup. Overall, very bullish on SPX. This was the path that we had. I do not change my paths until they are either right or wrong. And so far, this one is looking right, but isn't done playing out yet. So what we were expecting, I will highlight this path, make it a little thicker here. What we were expecting was the push down a little bit earlier. I wanted this 50-day to transact a day or two earlier than it did. 2 days later, it came back down, came within a few cents. We're going to call that a tag. And then we're starting to get the expansion. So basically, we tested through this downtrend line, a little peekaboo action there, needed to come back and form a higher low off of an internal liquidity, off these rising moving averages. And now we're breaking range again, and we're trying to push and continue on. So definitely possible to have an outsized ATR move. We have this nice monthly buy-side liquidity, and this is marked out exactly where it is because of these monthly candles. Zooming on in here, you can see this is a very, very constructive monthly candle so far, and this is the area where I'd like to see us transact before pushing on up, because we got essentially a hot dog pattern here. It's not a super clean hot dog, but it's good enough for me. And when I say a hot dog, this is what I mean. So you have your bun here, one monthly candle or whatever candle, big green bar, and then you have a big red bar. So this one closed up pretty nice, but if it had closed down here, then you would have had that kind of the hot dog itself. I know my red candles aren't red, but usually it looks like a nice hot dog in there. And then if you have the expansion and the following, the third month, then you have this 3-bar pattern, which pushed up, came back, tested support. You can see that monthly sell side liquidity there, and then caught and is pushing up again. So then you have 1 month of expansion, 1 month of retest, 1 month of internal expansion while still in the previous range, essentially making a flag. And so when you push out, you usually get a nice measured move of that first bun. So that would look something like 8,000 on SPX. I would love to see a really hot summer here. A great SPY summer where we push that far. So let me catch up to some newer comments here. Trader Benny in the house. Thank you. Appreciate you so much for being here. Love all the love we're getting. You're looking at Hood saying reversal. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. Whoa, yeehaw. That's a washout. So let's find the high time frame. Reason. We tried to break range and couldn't. I don't know what's going on here. Still in this flag, still in this range. I don't hate it, but let's let it cool down a little bit. My server was in this bad boy. Some of them were loading in the 79s, 78s. Congratulations. Shout out Seal. Shout out Podcast. I know you guys made a pretty penny on this trade. I mentioned it looking good here. I didn't take it, and I sure wish I did. Great relative strength, and I think this is going to be one of the leaders over summer and into next year. I'm still incredibly bullish on Hood. I think this is a $400 stock. Yes. 400. Yes. I think it's going to 4x. Yes. You know what? Do I sound crazy? Yeah. That's what they told me at 14 too when I said it's going to be a $100 stock. All according to plan, baby. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful high time frame chart, and it's just doing the right thing. So this is not an arbitrary zone I'm drawing here. It was the IPO high, and then it was the prior high here that was set before it dug back into internal liquidity and expanded. So then when you get the expansion, you got to come back and retest in with somewhere important. The previous IPO high, that's great. Needed to dig a little bit deeper into this previous swing high. And I think this is looking really solid for a nice tight handle before expanding higher. Why 400 Delinto West? Great question. Well, first off, I think they're a great company with great fundamentals long term. I think they're also very high beta. Once they start moving, they don't stop moving. They really get that swang going. So that's the first reason. Second reason is they were prior leaders and they're coming back, and I think they're just ready again. You can see this in some of the other some of the other names in this kind of more tentative sector as well. Palantir, definitely more expansive here. It could need to come back more, but I also am bullish Palantir and think it breaks the range and goes much higher too. I think this is a $300-$400 stock at some point. Why do I think Hood in particular is going to that particular level? Well, because we did the thing, we very cleanly, I mean, it needed to get a few dollars higher, but into 150 is close enough for me, where essentially we broke range and we tried to break above this 1.27 gatekeeping fib. So very often this is where breakouts go to die, but this thing didn't go way back into its internal range. It didn't need to test the 50% pullback. Even that would have been fine with me technically for the long-term hold. I could see this thing, or could have seen this thing coming all the way back down to 25 bucks or so and still pushing up into 400 in the next 3, 5, 8, 10 years, something like that. I think we're on a faster trajectory than that. I'm thinking 1, 2, 3 years and we get this move. But what I'm looking for is essentially, okay, we tested this range expansion, more or less. We come back, test these monthly moving averages. We reclaim these. We are still rocking and rolling. This push up cleared out the range that we can trade up to there very fast, that 150. You can see that Bollinger Band there as a good representation of kind of our monthly range where you can kind of run up into in the next couple months before we really have a hard time. When we do find that resistance, I would expect to push higher, keep on making higher highs, higher lows, and the next major expansion target is way, way higher. So do these always fill? No.
Did you tell them about Nvidia?
What about Nvidia?
Somebody before I left the chat, somebody asked if they should sell at the 50-day or hold.
Great question. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So
50
what?
days.
I wish I could share my screen, but I really can't. I don't know how.
We'll figure it out. So what options are you in is the thing. If you're in options, definitely be selling at least most of the position here, because what we did is we just hit into a major confluence of targets. The first one is the gap fill. There will be resistance here. You can see us testing it right now. So at least it's not a hard rejection, at least not yet. But if you're not selling some here and you have short dated stuff, you are a maniac. What I would say is I would love to see it push up just a little higher. You see the big confluence there at the point of control and at the 50-day, like they mentioned. Absolutely be taking the majority of your short-term position off here. I hold shares. I am not selling a single share until much higher. I missed my entry off the 200, and man, it even gave it to be pretty close this morning. Whatever. I will find another spot to add in, but at this point, just holding.
How you can determine your levels of where to take profits? Like, I mean, it depends on the type of contract and how many contracts you bought. But like, for example, if I had my full setup, I would probably leave a runner to 211 because that's the next area that I have. That's where the next area of rejection that I see, or the area of resistance. And then on a 4 hour time frame, I trade ICT method. So there's a 4 hour bearish fair value gap that it's getting attracted to right now. So if it breaks above 211 and it holds above 211.50, long term we can continue to see a push to the next level, which is 220, and then maybe even continue to push to a new high of 234. But that's long term. Like it would be, that's why we say, like, it always depends on what type of contract you're holding, or if you're Steve and you're holding shares. We would say, diamond hand, because Nvidia, yeah, it's a great company for long term holds. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Also, it's been spanking me for like a month. I've been in this thing. I entered at 211. I'm still red on the trade. If I had added when I should have, I'd be nice and green. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I literally, Alejandra, there's so many things to worry about and care about. This is like the safest thing for me. It's like if I'm not bullish on Nvidia, then my whole AI thesis needs to be reworked. It means that I don't understand something, so I got to assume that it keeps on keeping on. It's a very chill trade. It doesn't move crazy like some of these other AI plays that I'm in. AAOI, for example, this thing swings wildly. It went all the way up to 233. It's washing out all the way to 114. I'm still waiting for $100 or under $100 to add to this very small position. But Nvidia, I don't have to manage this one too tough. It's pretty simple. I will look for a higher low or something somewhere to size in, maybe 205, 204, something like that on a pullback from the 50-day, and we can talk about it from there. What else we got? What's going on? Michael Anthony saying, no way Hood going to 400. Well, you know what? Maybe not with the current fundamentals. Maybe they got something brewing. Maybe something's under the hood. Maybe the market just starts pricing them higher. Maybe I'm just wrong. But you know what? I'm pretty sure at 14 you would have said no way it's reaching 100 either. Pretty sure at Palantir 12, probably you'd say it's not a $200 stock. They would need to do something very different to get there. Well, then they did. I am not saying these are always, like, these are prophecies that have to transact, but at the same time, long term, I think they're executing. I don't think a 4x on a very speculative stock, which is relatively young in its history. It's only been around a few years, at least public for a few years, 5 years. Still has tons of room. Stocks historically that do this, that make a big IPO range and break and push higher, I mean, you just gotta respect the possibility that they do a Palantir. So if Hood is doing what I think it's doing, something like a Palantir. This doesn't happen very often. It's not what you expect. It's not the rule. It's the exception. But hey, it's not unheard of to see these massive expansions 50% higher, or roughly, than their IPO range. So saying Hood to 400 is not that different than saying Palantir to 200, right? 50 to 200 to 4x. Hood could see that expansion too if they start or continue to execute. I don't think it's a bad company. I think they just got punished, because they ran too much too fast. So am I wrong? I have no idea. But I gotta trust the pattern, and it's also just kind of a meme in my community. I love it's like I'm like the inverse Michael Burry, right? Like, I'm not calling for a market crash. I'm saying the market's gonna crash up, so at least in certain stocks. So for example, Baba, I think Baba is a $300 company. I thought it might be a $300 company in a year or two, and maybe it's more like 3 or 4, but you know what? I still think it gets back up to these highs. Mentioning Baba in China because I think Michael Anthony was talking about them as well. We may differ on opinion about a lot of things, but I think we both like China. I think we both recognize that this is a great deal long term, especially with this powerhouse reclaim of the 200-week moving average. So loving that price action there. China runs bull should finally rally. Interesting there, yeah. So bull. This one is unloved, but man, this chart's looking good. You're right. First time I watched this one in a while. We were watching this big, there it is, a little two-pronged node here. These are the two areas of interest. We want to see a break over here, and then we can possibly run up to this 1350, which is a clean double. Zooming on in, this is very clean, right? Big push down, higher low. This is a large W. Now it's trying to break through this pivot. We'll redraw this just a little bit to show the top of the range. And man, this looks great. The thing is, it's got a falling 200-day, so this is going to be difficult to power through. That being said, it could pop it straight up. Talk saying Hong Kong definitely buying up Baba this AM. Absolutely. Looking like the V shape that is not going to let me in. I'm pretty annoyed. I had a Baba 100 strike for 717. I sold it for break even when I got stopped out because I had a little too many positions open and I wanted to focus. Thought maybe we'd get a little bit of a higher low at 93, 94. That did not happen. Just powered up on news. So I respect it. My shares are happy, but I wish I had a lot more, and I have none from under 100. My cost basis is 125, yeah. Still underwater there. Talk saying Nvidia calls maybe leaps. Yeah, 1 year out at least for Nvidia. I like it. Yeah, take the time. Shock in the house calling out NVDL, another good way to play.
MNQ and QQQ are hitting some area of resistance at this level here, so I'm gonna keep an eye out for confirmation to take some shorts.
Right. Okay. So worth noting. I was waiting for my alert to go off. I was like, did I miss something? I did not miss anything because nothing has really happened on the indices here. We have not broken this brick wall here in the morning. And let's check in with our gamma exposure progression, see how that is coming along. So we wanted to see these levels outgrow these bottom ones. We're not. We're seeing stabilization of these 75.50 to 75.55 as our point of control. So that means I need to see something moving off of this center point. Until then, there's really not much for me to do because I'm bullish and I'm not seeing a long entry yet. So I have to just chill until we see a liquidity draw above. For me, I'm just going to hang out here and we can talk about what we're seeing, what we're looking for, especially into next week. So I'll be switching from these 0-day gammas. We'll flip back and forth to it. Especially if we do start to get a sell-off, then we'd be looking for the 75.35 down to the 75.25, these kind of bars to start building up, much in the same way that these built up. So these built up, and we tried to push.
Sorry.
No, go.
And then I'm going to add it. Yeah, I'm going to enter I already entered in with 3, but I'm going to add another 3 on another retest if it gives it to me. Otherwise, I'm just going to let this ride, and I'm going to hold it until probably 29.805 on futures on M&Q, and then let a runner to possibly a 29.770s or even to a new low of day of 721. So we'll see.
All right. Sorry I don't have those NQ levels up for you guys, but I'm marking where she entered on QQQ. Oh, you got it on your screen. Beautiful. Awesome. Look at that. Nice.
Right.
Thank you, Ayush. Right. Wendy's saying Vlad's going to turn the buy button off and that's going to send it to 400 maybe. Hey, I don't know. Talk shouting out France. Congratulations, y'all francophones. Anybody who's a fan of the France team. I am a contrarian, so I have a hard time rooting for them. But man, did they play well. Absolutely stellar performance there. It was the pressure. It was just, Morocco played well. I thought they played really well until they cracked. And even then, I'm an American. What can I say about cracking under pressure in the World Cup? I'm not I don't have much to stand on, much of a leg to stand on there. What I will say, amazing first 50 minutes by Morocco, but they just got worn down right after the second half started. It was like 20 minutes, 15 minutes of just oppressive France attacks, just pushing them back into their box. Eventually they got the crack. And then once that momentum shifts, it's kind of like stock trading, right? You hold the line. Then when you cannot anymore, then you can see some real momentum. Speaking of which, Q's holding the line under VWAP so far, trying to entertain the possibility of a higher low, trying to hold my path to bulldom, but I want Alejandra to print here, so I want this VWAP to fail. I want to see further down, but just keep in mind, VWAP in the center of the range, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just being patient here with my levels, so we'll see.
And you're green. You took the nice momentum entry. If it doesn't work, hey, you can stop out, either break even, small win, small loss, no biggie, no matter what happens there, and you can reevaluate. So we are seeing some buyers stepping in off that VWAP. Just worth noting, VWAP, basically where this 1 minute candle opened.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay. Trade in the middle of the range, Alejandra.
No, I added and I moved my average.
Okay, okay.
So let's see if it gets rejected at this level. Otherwise, I'm gonna get out because I don't want it to go above 911.
Yeah, bad number. That would be your personal 911. Sorry, that's not very tasteful. Happy girl in the chat. Good to see you in here. Derek Thompson, always good to see you, brother. And Jeffrey, all the fam in the house. Appreciate y'all for showing
Happy
up here.
Saturday here.
Sorry, I'm late for comments here, but NVVE pretty wild today. Joe's calling. Let's take a peek. Take a look. See. Ooh, grinding right off. Oh man, this is so nice. You get level tests. Whoa, sorry about that. Let me get the right size screen. There we go. When you get prior level tests that you drew out before, we had this level marked out. We saw the pop. We see the back test with VWAP lining up there for a really nice entry long. Wish I saw this 10 minutes ago, but Joe's on it. Joe's on it. Joe, are you in this bad boy? Hopefully.
Can somebody drop the links for Happy Girl so she can watch me trade live on Fivers? I trade live pretty much every day at 6 a.m. Pacific time until 8 a.m. Pacific time, and except for Tuesdays. But now on Fridays, we're going to be here every Friday at 6 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure to tune in. We are going to be your personal psychologist for
I
free.
love it. I love it. We'll do our best. I might need a psychologist because UPS leaving the station without me. I stopped out after that news on my runner. I'm a little bit annoyed, but
Hey,
really
you
great.
can't catch every train, remember?
Yeah. I kind of thought this would happen once it looked strong this morning. Wow, out of the
I'm
gates.
seeing
Just
a head and shoulders pattern on M and Q, so we're getting the rejection that I wanted. I should have waited for that retest to add, um, but it's okay. I knew that if it didn't go above 911, that we would be fine. So now I'm going to hold it until. Well, I'm gonna see if it breaks below these lows here, which is at 29.809, and if it does, then I will leave a runner. But if it doesn't, then I'll probably just take partials there and then just let a runner run.
I like that. So I got to be honest. I do see the potential for a higher low here into VWAP, both on this 1 minute and on this 5. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you print. You definitely are seeing something that it's not clicking in my brain yet, but if we could easily see a big red candle, and then I'll be like, there's what she was seeing. So we will see. So far, gotta respect the fact that we are still under these short-term moving averages, still have a little weight here, and we weren't able to get the clean push in the morning. So you'd think that if we couldn't get it here, what are we waiting for? Maybe it's just the VWAP retest, or maybe it's the start of a wipeout. So I'm going to keep an eye on this gamma exposure, see if we can start finding a little bit more edge here, but I'm just not seeing this upper gamma really roll off.
Yeah.
SPX here as well. I'm kind of considering taking a little nibble long, but it is the middle of the range. I am not seeing the same good structure on SPX with this a little bit lower low. I'm going to wait. Not going to do anything. But just wanted to put that out there just as a possibility. Hopefully you're right and we get the washout.
Yeah, me too.
What else we got going on in the chat? Yeah, Spain playing today. Really looking forward to that game. Absolutely going to be a fun one. Josh Smith says 1469 entry for NVVE, I'm assuming. Yeah, NVVE, very nice. 1469 playing the range break here. He got in right before this gap up. So very, very nice, or this halt up. So beautiful there. He gets his halt, back tests the gap, pushes up nicely. And now we're just continuing to grind up this chain here.
We are holding, so it's testing my risk right now.
Oh man, I should have entered. That's okay.
Yeah, the setup looked nice, but I wasn't 100% positive. So I shouldn't have added. I should have waited, but I got a little too excited. See, when you're winning, right? Like when your dopamine is so high, sometimes you get a little too confident, and so then sometimes you don't get you don't follow your rules to be patient, right? And that was the theme of this morning. So I should have been patient to add to my position.
I totally understand that. And I'm kind of coming from the other side of the fence where I'm a little on tilt because my UPS ran away without me after news candle stopped me out and really ended up probably being the entry. And I had to sell out because I didn't know what was going on. I just saw a big candle while I was on stream. I said, I gotta do it. Didn't feel good, but you know what? What I need to do is not force the next trade just because I missed one. Jessica
Yeah.
are in the house. That's a fun name. What are your thoughts on how Rivian is moving now? Well, let's take a look.
Just the
Looks
car.
really constructive here to me. I like this new influx of volume. To me, these are two accumulative buys. You can see after this one, we got the nice continuation up. I would love to see Rivian follow suit here. And you know what? I might look at these contracts just a little bit. Just a little bit. Because I think that's a potential swing there into next week. I'm seeing some 20 strikes building up, some little bit of a flow on the 20 strikes, and they're cheap. They're $27. So I'm gonna just take one if we
For calls?
yeah, just a little $25 fun gamble for next week. The safer play would be just shares, and I'll try to get my broker up in time to get that. a lot of things, a lot of plates spinning this morning, but I would like to see this thing grinding up and continuing higher. On the hourly, I should be seeing a nice curl up there on the oscillator. So I think that we have room, but let's see if it can break that. It did break the opening range, and it's holding above with this accumulation. I like it. I think it's good. Probably the cleaner entry was that back test there that I missed about 5 minutes ago.
Wait, Takutsu said Steve Ale Bloom took a down move off short sub report claiming break even Lux Scandium. I don't know if my brain is processing that correctly.
Yeah, Bloom Energy BE took a down move off the short sell report. Yeah, claiming they lack scandium. I know. I was like, what the hell is scandium? It's a rare earth mineral, rare earth metal. BE, one of the prior leading momentum names in the AI trade. So we shall see. We shall see whether that continues to play out. I tried to long it. It didn't work. I had to get stopped out there. And now that was my kind of incentive to say, I just don't love it. For the long. So I wish I had just flipped short. Congratulations, anybody who did. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, just kind of bopping on out, but trying to carve out a bottom under this bear pivot, though. Definitely a rough chart so far today. Let's see if SPY can turn this corner. Basically popped, back tested.
Oh, damn, Nvidia's still pushing, huh? Anybody still holding it? It's going to be hard for SPY to actually come down because of how strong Nvidia is. I feel like it's just, pushing it up with it. It's taking it.
Well, it's worth noting, semiconductors leading the way up. They're trying to get their opening range break. Well, their second continuation break there. Let's see how Micron is faring. We had mentioned it could be a long off the break of the range here. Just kind of chopping its way up here. And let's see what else we got on the tape. SPY still looking pretty good in my book. Let's see if we can get the follow through. I'll set an alert at VWAP just in case it reverses.
Pretty strong.
What else? Pops Mafia, he bought my call. He bought when I sold on UPS at 110. Great job there. I'm annoyed. Oh, smoked tuna, that means a lot. Much love to Mitch and Michael, but I think we bring something just a little bit different to the table. We're a little bit chiller sometimes. I think, just kind of, I don't know. Whoa, big news on SPY. That's crazy candle. What just happened?
What the hell just happened?
What the heck just happened? Wow. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm still in it.
You're still in? Wow. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what just happened, but that's insane. What is this candle?
I'm flat. Holy shit, guys.
All right, let's try to find some news, guys. Call it out if you see it. Wow. All right, well, something crazy. Iran has agreed to proceed with the talks, and we're going down off that. What in tarnation?
What the fuck?
What is going on here? Okay, that is wild. You're in the short, or you flattened?
Dude, I'm flat.
Great call, as I don't know what the heck is going on, but man, what in tarnation?
It's God. He's like, He's like, she's in Vegas. Let's
What
gamble
is
this candle
happening?
for her. That was
Wow.
crazy.
Well, shout out guys on my
What
Discord. Apparently they
happened?
were short as well.
Good
Holy.
job, Delante.
I don't know what in tarnation is going on here.
What the hell happened? Yeah, we're
Are we
definitely gonna
gonna
bounce back. Like that was really weird. And I wonder. Yeah, actually, did anything happen? Because right now
Yeah.
like I said, it's reaching that area
Look,
of resistance, and for
here-
me, like that, it was a clear setup for my short. Like it was an A+ setup, but it just first it went to go try to like take me out on the upside. It tried to
yeah.
take my stop loss, and then I was still holding, and like I said, I should have waited to add. But that was a great entry anyway, the first entry.
Really
And then
quick, gotta close out. Iran has agreed to we have agreed to Iran talks, but United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. So are we going to fully reverse this move now? I have no idea, but this is just insane.
yeah,
Wild stuff here.
what does it even mean when he says when it says ceasefire is over? Like I feel like I've seen it go up and down when that happens. So I don't even know what that means for the market.
So
Have you
we were
seen
in
it?
a ceasefire, but but then they shot at ships and then we bombed the heck out of them. So now we say they agree to talks and the market knifes, but then the second headline comes out. So it's the first one was Trump said Iran has requested US to proceed with talks. Next is have agreed to Iran talks, but United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. Let me get my brain working here. That was really wild. Yeah, Joe giving some more color here. The Islamic Republic of Iran says
This would be a nice
continue.
retest for an entry for a short again, but I'm done for the day. I'm gonna go back to bed. Steve, bye.
You're out. You're out. I have no idea what's going to happen here, but great trades. I'm glad you caught them. I'm sitting here a little shell shocked, trying to figure out what this means for some of my other positions. I think that nothing materially changes, to be completely honest. So maybe this is a dip to buy. A little bit scary, I gotta say, but kind of grinding up. And this might have been the washout that we needed into the buy support. It did hold our bear pivot. Spicy. Well, I'm glad I didn't take the long, but now I'm shell shocked. I don't know if I want to. That's very wild. Crazy moves we got here. Keeps testing the moving average on the 4-hour. Let's take a look at that as well.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch Fuerza Regida. It's a Mexican band. I don't know if you guys know them.
Can't say I do, but that's nice. Some live music, always a good time. What a move here, guys. Trying to see. I think that it might be a long, but I'm too scared. Too scared to take it.
For what? A spy?
Yeah. And now I can't because it's not.
Well, you can take a small position and manage your risk.
I could, but I don't know how I'm feeling. I just
You
feel
can go- Let me see.
it's Friday, and my whole thing was like psychologically, don't take a trade I don't high confidence in. So I
Okay,
think
then
I'm just gonna watch it. That
I
was
usually
truly
say
wild.
if I'm questioning, don't do it. Paper trading.
Fair enough.
I'm still short biased on this. I don't like the whole ceasefires over headline.
Okay, yeah. Joe was just giving us the actual tweet there about continuing talks there. Wow, what a move! What a mover there. Let's see if we can push up and reclaim this. Really, what I'd like to see is the reclaim of 753 to really get cooking. This was the first tap of VWAP. Are finding some sellers. We would want to see not too many sellers. Crazy action there. We're going to keep on looking, and I'm not seeing this call premium roll off yet is the thing. Not seeing a ton of puts being bought intraday, which I think is a sign that we want to eat it and go higher. Somebody bought a pile of QQQ 700 or 800 calls for December on that dump, by the way. So someone's calling BS. We shall see. Yeah, 1,000 of them there. Wow, that's a big order. So we shall see. I don't think this is a massive issue. I think that was a great buy op. If anybody took it, I did not. I just watched contracts triple from this. This was the buy entry, but what's the famous saying? When it comes time to buy, you won't want to. That was true for me on that one there. Whew. Little flash crash, as Pops Mafia calls out there. Pretty wild. Jessica saying, if you were already in on SPY, Rivian, ZXN, and Nvidia, would you bail now or hang on to see if it reverses? Well, here's the thing. When you're kind of stacking positions on the same side of the tape, it can get stressful, right? You can become over leveraged. You can become like, it can be tough. It can be tough to make those decisions. What I would say is if I was in any one of those, I would be holding and waiting to see if we could go higher, especially if I weathered through that big storm. That being said, I'm watching and waiting to see if Gamma builds up below. Like I said, I don't really know. So let's go through each of them. Rivian, nice recovery there. That still looks good to me. Nvidia also looking very strong to me still. Doesn't seem like it cares nearly as much as SPY does. JZXN is going to be a wild card. I don't think that really cares what the market does overall.
On QQQ, I see my ideal setup. So on a 15-minute time frame, I have a 15-minute bearish fair value gap, and typically I like to enter short at the bottom on the second retest of the fair value gap. And I mean, obviously it gave us the move already, so I wouldn't go back in. I do see the higher lows forming, so it could potentially hold here. I mean, with this news, I honestly just don't know. It is Friday also, and this price action is not the best. So I'm more short biased, but yeah, the market could literally do anything.
Yeah, this is just chaos here.
Yeah.
This could be a short off VWAP. I'm not taking that either. I would respect it if somebody did, but just not seeing what I need. I'm like honestly like, geez, this is intense. So
Remember what we talked about in the morning, like we have to stick to our word, right? Like it's Friday, we want to protect our capital. If we are going to enter a trade, go light position, make sure you manage your risk well, because at the end of the day, like if we're taking a loss, like we have to be okay with that loss, right? You entered a position to accept the risk of being taken, so being taking the loss. So yeah, just
no
saying.
doubt there, absolutely. And it is starting to look a little bit heavier here. We'll keep an eye on it. 20 more minutes left in the session, or in our stream, by the way. Then we're going to be hopping off. We'll be back on. Well, I'll be back on with Josh Smith about 2 hours after that.
Are you on?
And
Yeah, because I think I might be on with you guys, but I have to go get my nails done, unfortunately.
priorities, of course. Just keep us posted. No biggie.
I'm getting my toes done. But
Hey.
yeah, it depends on what time they can see me, so I'll keep you guys posted to see if I'll be able to hop on or not.
Right on. Day trade with Tony saying more market manipulation from the tangerine tyrant. What is going to happen from this point? I do not know. Pretty wild moves there so far. And let's see how it progresses here. Let's see. 5-minute candle still kind of ambiguous here. Posting an inside bar. Let's see where this next one posts. Under 750, we're in trouble for sure. 750.40. Otherwise, we can see kind of a absorption of this spookiness and climbing of the wall of worry. That's a possibility. I'm just seeing a lot of strength in other names still, so I'm just not sure. Starting to feel more short biased. That is potential. I'm in middle of the range for me. Stuck to VWAP. I gotta wait and see. This is maybe the start of a little bit of a buy candle there. We'll see where this closes. We have 20 seconds. A little impulse move. If this rejects hard, could be bad, but so far looking like bulls wanna run it up.
I was trying to sneeze, but I couldn't. Yeah, this is a nice retest here on M&Q. If you guys want to enter short at like 870s, you can risk above 890s and then ride it to 705 possibly, and then maybe let me see what's the next level. 624, 624 on M&Q.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, I don't like that top wick on the 1 minute, so I'm watching this pretty closely. We got Trader 7789 in the house. Welcome, brother. Good to see you back.
Good morning.
We're watching and waiting, seeing what the market wants to do after that crazy news. If you guys missed it, we essentially got some more Iran news there. First off, Trump saying Iran has requested U.S. to proceed with talks. Next, we have agreed to the Iran talks, but U.S. has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. So that is why we dropped. But this isn't just a purely negative news headline. I would say we did get the tweet here. The Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. Okay, thank you for your attention to this matter. Yada yada yada. You know the gist. So let's keep watching how this plays out. I gotta just resort to, hey, if the setup looks good, okay. Right now it's in the middle of the range. I don't know what's happening. I don't have a strong read on this news quite yet. So I'm just waiting and seeing here personally. Like I said, he always does it on a Friday. Oh, well, there's a reason I don't want to trade these Fridays. It's they're my lightest trading day by far. And so when I see big moves like this, it makes me kind of feel better about that. Seeing the pretty decent strength on this candle here. Wondering if we get some wild, crazy manipulation, some VWAP or some ripping back action. Look at that.
That level and keeps pushing to a new high. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
That's pretty wild right there. Oh man, what else do we got? Sorry, that made my shoulders all tense. What is going on? I'm not even in a position. I'm in some swings, but nothing to worry about. So I'm just monitoring, and this is good, right? So I'm monitoring my psychology throughout the session. It's honestly not great. I don't feel very good, Alejandra. It's been a long, stressful week, and then we get some big old candles here. It makes me feel a little FOMO because I was saying, "Is this a buy here?" And I couldn't do it. I just knew myself.
Well, I called the buys on SPY at the bottom before, like the real push from like the hour time frame. And I'm like, how come I always call those and I don't take them? So it's because I'm usually not long biased, but I am going to change that. I'm going to be a long girl now.
You're seeing the potential, right? It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Delente West asking,
do you chart and try to just trick my brain into thinking it's a short.
Wild to see USO completely flat here. We'll see if that risk premium ticks on up. But right now, I don't know if it's a good long into next week. It's kind of hard for me to say, considering it seems like the market wants to shrug this news off. If that is the case, then perhaps. I can't say that I don't think this just gets mean revert or eaten up at this point. But let's watch VWAP is what I can really say. This is tough to call live, guys. I don't know what's gonna happen, which is why I'm glad I'm not in a bunch of positions right now. But if you are, let us know. We can try to guide you through that as best we can. Rivian still just chopping here for what it's worth. JZXN was a big play. It's still kind of hanging out under VWAP. It's not fallen off the cliff yet. Just a little bit of shaking and bacon still. Volatility can be opportunity. I don't know what this one's going to do here. What I would want to see for extension is moving over here. But remember, I said this was a make or break level here. So until we get back over this 280, be a little bit careful on the JZXN. Could be cracking if it rejects VWAP on a back test. Meanwhile, SPY pulling back just a tiny bit. Might retest VWAP here, and we shall see. Perhaps that might have been the perfect short entry, but I just can't trust it, especially with the big push off the bottom, that high or low. If it loses that 751.30, definitely think we have room down. But man, was that wild to watch. Whew. Do we trade intraday based on news? I don't like to trade based on news. It's not my style because I like to, have my setup be prepared for me beforehand and not have to kind of think about it on the fly like I'm doing right now. So that's why I'm not taking this trade. I feel better when I'm more prepared, So watching and waiting here personally. No trades for me. Probably not going to take anything today, to be completely honest. I'm going to wait and see how this settles. Maybe take some swings into the close. That's kind of how I'm feeling. Still seeing buyers off these short-term moving averages, so let's keep our eyes peeled. 15-minute flipping a little bit heavy there, so let's find out if the VWAP's going to hold the next test. Wild moves
For sure.
Whew. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it seems the war no longer affects oil prices. It is not an easy trade, I will say that much. We're kind of stuck in the mud with oil, and there's so much manipulation, so many geopolitical factors. Of course, it's entirely geopolitical, basically. So definitely not easy. Let's see if the buyers hold here again. We're fighting for this 200-minute moving average, this purple line going across here. Still not seeing anything definitive on the gamma exposure map here as well. So Tough price action here. They didn't give us an easy first day, Alejandra, but this has been fun despite despite being a little bit stressful there.
No, for
Just
sure. I'm like, I'm wondering, like, did I get lucky? And I'm just reviewing my trade. I'm like, no, honestly, like, this is my setup. Like, this was my A plus setup.
yeah,
I
you crushed
did
it.
get, I it did test my risk. I'm not gonna lie, and I was literally clenching my cheeks. I'm
Oh
not gonna
no.
lie, but um, I said, let me just see if it does hold this level, then I am gonna get out and I'm gonna take a nice loss. I accepted that. But then all of a sudden, like I literally blinked and it was just like,
Yeah, incredibly violent
so
candle
it
there.
was
Excellent call. Remember what we had just talked about too, Alejandra? It's like when you get free money, you take the free money, right? You say thank you, Mr. Market. I don't know what the
yeah.
heck just happened, but my in our server puts went up insane amounts. By the way, mega crime there. Someone bought let's see, yeah. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, I thought it was a big order. Oh wow, look at that spy candle. Now we're rocking and rolling here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that is a pretty good sign of strength. Let's see if it can hold this candle in 17 seconds, not post a big top wick. But yeah, there were definitely some decently sized put orders right before that news hit. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure nobody knew anything. Very, very peculiar price action there. Trader asking, what is the intraday trading strategy? Great question. Well, I have a
Depends.
few playbooks. My kind of bread and butter is waiting for a long. This is why I'm annoyed also because this kind of shook me out of my. I couldn't pull the trigger fast enough down here. I couldn't assess the news fast enough. But this was my technical level. I wanted price to meander down to it. Instead, we manipulated up, then smashed on down into the hourly trigger, into the Camaria pivot buy zone there, into the round number at 79.50. That confluence there was basically what I needed to get involved in that trade. That being said, on news, it kind of threw a monkey wrench in my system. So I did not take this long. It would have been working great. I didn't take it. So on to the next. We shall see if there's a new setup. But for now, I am watching the best I can. Michael Anthony, I appreciate all of your comments, but I have trouble keeping up with everything. So let me do my best. You're saying Walmart and ACI or ACL? We can take a look at those. When you have big news, I got to big news. We got to watch this price action here as it plays out. Wondering if we get a higher low off of this right here, this moving average cluster. It seems like we're finding buyers. Seems like we're finding buyers in the moving average, or I'm sorry, in the gamma exposure is trying its best to shift upwards here. Talk saying no one should trade news. That's how I feel in my soul. It's like this is too chaotic. I would
I
rather
don't think we expected those news, to be honest.
can't expect that. Can't expect any particular tweet. And oh, there. What's up, dude?
How are
Josh,
we?
Ella's not here, so you can ring that doorbell all you want today.
There it is. There it is. How you doing, man?
Oh, great. Got some JLHL short and then NVVE long 14. And I got a couple long earlier, but of course still in from that 1469 entry from earlier. So man, got some great play. It was so dead in pre-market for the most part, other than GMM. GMM. Then we got hot. We got crazy hot in market halts left and right. We had JZXN, JLHL, NVVE. I know that the small cap traders, that anyone that crows out there probably killed it today. The Michael D. Riders, if they're out there. Delonte West, how we doing? My question is, how are you guys? How was your... And literally, I had to kind of press play for you guys just for half an instant when SPY dropped out of... No, I mean, I was like, who dropped the nuke? Yeah, that was out of nowhere there.
Pretty wild action there.
I was
Absolutely.
I was in it, Josh, and all of a sudden, like I literally blinked, and I'm like, "Holy shit!" I like quickly had to close my position.
And there's nothing that came out, right? I didn't see anything.
It was just our beautiful precedent.
Okay, that could. Yeah, well, I was just talking. That's what I talked about on my stream. I said, "Hey, loved his first term. I love the charts back from 2016 to 2020, and I love boring Biden. The charts are great from 20 to 24. Since the and listen, I don't care about presidents and who you are, but don't mess with my charts. But since 24 and Trump's taking back over, we've had some wonkety ding dongs. Now, I will say the long term investments have been great. Your Microns, your SanDisk, your every April Terra for its Iran, last 2 Aprils, get in on the dips. The dip and rips have been great investing essentially. Day trading, you better watch your butt because next thing you know, you could. Oh, yeah. So I will say that day trading has been a little more difficult in the large cap sector, and in investing long term swing plays or even short term swings have really been where the juice is at.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. This is chaos here. I'm not touching with a 10-foot pole here, Josh. I'm sitting here and watching. Every other candle, it makes me question my bias here. I think we want to grind up, but it is not making it easy to make that call. So we will have to kind of keep watching and wait and see how this plays out. Not the best day for me. I sold a position on news yesterday, UPS. I got stopped out break even, so it's not like a big loss or anything, but it bums me out when I see it rip back up. I went from up 50% on an August call to flat. I had to close. Next thing I know, they're up higher than they were the next day, despite this crazy news on SPY. So I'm a little bit tilted. That means that I probably shouldn't be trading, and especially on Friday, thinking about our psychology. That was the whole point, right? Basically, not overcommitting, not doing anything that could hurt my week into this Friday. And that's good enough for me. A boring, flat, no trade day. I can live with that, even if I feel like I lost money because I sold something that went up. That's where I'm sitting today on this lovely Friday.
On this lovely Friday, we got two West Coasters out. What's your little Vegas trip for you, huh?
Yeah,
You
sounds
missed
fun.
it. I had a really nice view this morning, but it got really hot and my computer was dying really, really fast. And usually, like I'm at home, my setup, when I have my setup, my computer's always plugged into the battery. So I was like, holy shit, it was like literally draining so fast. So I had to come back
Oh,
in. And now I'm like freezing in here because the AC is blasting.
Well, you can always pop back up for a little quick sauna heat session.
Exactly.
there
Yeah.
we go. There we go.
I might not make it to the 10 a.m. Live stream because I have to go get my nails done. Priorities.
Well, not that no priorities that actually you being in a part of the stream, my lady. So you're gonna get your phone out while you're getting your nails did, and you're still gonna join us and talk charts, okay?
No, yeah, I'll pop in for sure. I don't even know if I'm gonna go because I need to make an
So
appointment.
hold on. So what are we doing in Vegas? What's the plan? What we gotta have some kind of fun. What's the fun to be had?
I'm going to a concert. I'm watching, or I'm gonna go listen to my favorite band,
Oh,
Mexican.
Awesome.
you can't say your favorite band and not say the favorite band's name.
Fuerza Regida. I don't think you know them.
Well, no, maybe not, but you still got to give a shout out. And be like, hey, I'm going to go see Blink 182. I love them. They're a fun show. I love their shows. They're Coldplay. They're great. Hey, I listen. It's not like the most manly thing to say, but I love Coldplay concerts. All right, I'll admit it, all right? They're amazing. They're crazy. They're awesome. They put on a great show.
Look at Bucket Spy here rolling on over. So we
Also,
will
the
see.
fight is
We'll carve it
tomorrow.
out.
That'll be exciting to watch. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, see,
No
I was
worries.
more bearish on Spy for sure.
No, good call there. Yeah, just again, glad I didn't touch it. I was thinking we were gonna just eat up the whole gap. We got pretty darn close, mitigated the move, starting to come down. We'll see if we make the higher low. Seems
And
like we are just kind of doing a whole lot of nothing here. Potentially rolling down though. Definitely heavier than
I'm very happy that I took profits on my Nvidia calls too because I would be like tripping out right now.
No, you crushed this. You crushed it today. Definitely looking like potential further meltdown. We still have room to the downside, guys. So let's see if we get the stick. Definitely
J3,
not good losing VWAP there.
want to say to J355 looks like 1-4 car. Anyway, we do this every day, Monday through Thursday. Money Mitch, you'll get Michael Noss, Airplane Jane, myself, Jesse, Steve, Alejandra joins us. So we do this every day. This is just we just never have done Friday mornings. There was Michael Noss, Money Mitch did enough throughout the week. We just didn't do Friday. It was a little bit slower, possibly too. A lot of Fridays, people lose on Fridays a lot of the time. Not when I come in. I'm kind of like the new producer, essentially kind of manager of YouTube. So I'm like, hey, we need to do this. We're trying to come up with new things to make sure we're giving you guys as much content as you want. We're doing as much after hour stuff, whether it's covering FOMC in the minutes or if it's FOMC truly in itself in the meetings with Warsh, or it's the earnings that Steve is killing, and we got someone to join him every day, whether it's Alejandra, myself, Jane, Jesse. But we do this every morning. It's Money Mitch and Michael Noss. They've been going live every morning for a while for us for the last couple of years or so, or last year at least, or somewhere around that range together. And then, yeah, you have myself, Jesse, the rest of the cast kind of filling in the morning. And then, so the schedule is Monday through Thursday. They go live from 9 to 11. Money Mitch. What's
I don't
up?
know if we want to promote Fivers, but I am live
Yeah,
actually every day
yeah.
as well, except for Tuesdays on Fivers. So it's number 5 ERS. So I like I said earlier, you guys should subscribe and also like and set the notification so that you guys always get notified when we go live. And then if somebody could drop our links as well, I have a free community where I do also go live and I teach free classes for beginners on futures. So that is in the evenings as well.
Awesome, awesome.
All right, guys. I just
That's
want to
good
pop in
stuff.
real quick. I'm going to let you guys finish up your beautiful day and your show here. I'm going to be back for the lunch recap with Steve in a couple of hours. I just want to pop in and tell you guys what a great job you did. I was popping in here and there in the morning, watching you guys just to kind of see on my own live stream, which luckily when I get a 1469 entry and you're all the way up to almost 20 again, you can just sit back and chill in your trade and love life and enjoying beautiful streams like you guys. So
Yay.
Love it.
Thank you for joining. It was a nice surprise.
yeah, well, hey, I love you guys, and I'm again glad to be able to let you guys are able to now do this. So that we have a Monday through Friday stream in the morning, and you guys are going to kill it. And like I said, we'll get some guests to join here, and then maybe it's Caesar that joins you guys on some Fridays. I'll get some other traders to pop in here and there on Fridays. So that, and any guys that you think of that you want to join in, just let me know, and we'll talk about that more off scene. But yeah, we'll get more people to join you. This is your 2 show, but every once in a while we can have a 3rd or 4th guest if you'd like.
Love it.
Cool.
Yeah, this has been so much fun, guys. The feedback's been excellent. You guys, every one of you out there, we appreciate you so much. All the kind words. Maybe we didn't catch our A+ setup, well, at least I didn't. But Alejandra's out here crushing it, killing it, great stuff, and we'll always have stuff to talk about. That's the great thing. Whatever your trades are looking like, we can talk about that. We've got a whole bunch of plates spinning in the back here. So much stuff I wanted to bring to the table today that we didn't even get to, but I'm really happy with what we covered. So thank you so much for being here with us, everybody. And can't wait
Also,
to do it again
Steven,
next
I
Friday.
want to congratulate you on being patient, which was the topic and the theme of the day. You did not
There we
enter
go.
a FOMO position, so you were patient and you were watching, and I'm proud of you, Steve.
Oh, I thank you. It felt bad, Alejandra, but that's why we do it. It doesn't feel good. It's just the right thing to do. And so
Hey,
I appreciate
honestly,
that.
trading, in my opinion, is super spiritual, right? Like we have to get our minds right to be able to manage the psychology, because learning the setup and the strategy and how to read the market, of course it takes time, like learning a new language, for example, but managing the psychology in trading, I honestly feel like it's literally the hardest part of trading. So if you can focus on the person who you are becoming and who you want to become, I swear and I promise you, you will get there.
I love that so much. And that's actually you're kind of stealing my thunder because I was thinking about the topic for next week. And what jumped out to me is something quite similar, where I always think about how becoming a better trader, really focusing on doing the hard work, it's made me a better person. And I think
Yeah.
that that's a two-way street, right? If you're, the people that I see taking accountability in life, taking responsibility for their own choices, their own decisions, and just generally holding that kind of frame where life isn't happening to them. They are living life. They're in the moment. They don't feel like victims, right? And so all of these things kind of coalesce into a mindset that really is beneficial to trading. So I was thinking we could talk about next week how we can frame wins in the market as life wins. How basically we're teaching ourselves, we're doing the hard work. Sure, it may be taking place in the arena of the market, but this isn't just about money. This isn't just about what we're doing, what candles are happening in front of us. It's about how we hold ourselves, how we interact with life, and how we interact with adversity. So that's what I'd
Yeah.
love to talk about next time, and we can get a little more into that. But just want to shout out, guys. It means so much. This is my dream job. I'm
Me
so
too.
excited. Even a couple years ago, I couldn't imagine being able to do this full time, just hop on the mic and just yap
Yeah.
about stocks. I feel like this
Yeah.
is what I was going to do.
Not even just yapping about stocks, because like I always dreamed of being able to read the charts in the market like to the T, which I can't say that I'm at your guys' level. Steven, Josh, you guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. But trading and nailing A+ setups has given me the confidence not just to uh, have profits, but also to show up here with confidence with you guys. So it goes both ways, like it really does. And then one of the biggest things that I want to also mention is, guys, when you guys take losses, one of the biggest things that I got this week as an insight is I'm learning to be more compassionate, not just for other people, but for myself. So, like, try not to be so hard on yourself when you have losses, especially if you took one today. It's Friday, count your blessings. like, we appreciate you guys being on here, because if it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be the same. The show would just not go on and be the way that it is, and the way that it's going. And I can't wait, and I'm excited to see what this show will bring us in the future as well. So love you guys. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks so much for joining, everybody. And we will be back in not too long, so don't turn that dial. And real quick, I'm just going to drop some links where you can find us here. So this is Steve's free trading server. There we go. Give you that right there. And yeah, everybody's always more than welcome to come on in. You can find my other links once you click in there. But thank you so much for spending your Friday morning with us. It's been fun, and we'll be sure to do it again next Friday. Thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Whoop.
What is up?
How's that for an intro? That was rad. I like that.
That's what we're talking about. You know, we gotta have a little something, get these people. Whoa, wake them up. You know, let them know we're here. Steve's got around the horn. Is this a little? Is this for the week, my man? Is this going over today, this week? What do we got right in front of us, in front of our beautiful eyes?
Got a little bit of both. Josh Smith, AK-47. This is everything that's going on today, but we got our weekly trends here, the 5-day trends. So I thought this was a good format for this because, you know, we can see what's both happening today and in the future. We will be getting into the gamma situation, the sector scorecard. We will be getting into today's top themes as well as more on today's Around the Horn. As Joe says, let's stock and roll, baby. Yeah, that was some stock and roll for the intro. I was getting kind of a Queen vibe or something, you know, some Brian May on the guitar.
Okay,
something like that.
Hey, okay, I'm down. Hey, I do like it though. Pretty jamming, my man. Jamming.
There we go. We're jamming. Talks jamming. He's in those QQQ calls that he talked about earlier. As always, he ain't gatekeeping. He's saying, hey, I'm buying. It worked. It's working. Shout out, Talk. Good move there. I am I'm kind of awake, Talk. Getting there. Got some no free advertising. Generic white energy drink here.
Generic white energy drink brought to you by Steve the Achieve. Because
exactly. Well, I want to say White Monster because I'm a White Monster, but it is actually not. So sorry, Monster. You gotta work harder to get my endorsement. That being said, we got a lot to talk about. I'm dragging here a little bit, but I'm already feeling more energized just being on with you, just seeing you guys in the chat.
Yeah,
we're gonna make it happen.
Well, come on over. We'll play some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles over here. I'll let you pick first. You can pick which one you want, and then I'll pick. Okay.
You're gonna let me be Raphael?
Wow, you're going Raphael out. Wow.
Always.
Oh wow, most that I hear is they always going there. It's usually Leonardo, Donatello, or Michelangelo. You're the one. Hey, I like it because I don't hear Raphael that often.
Well, guess who my favorite Beatle is? You know. Who do you think?
Well, it's not Raphael, is it?
No, my favorite Beatle is also whoever had the nunchucks in the Beatles. That's my favorite. No. I'm a Harrison man myself, but you know I should probably be a Ringo man just because of how big of a contrarian is. What is up? Crow Trade's in the house. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just rambling.
I like George Harrison's solo career. You know, I'm down with that. I like the solo stuff.
Mm-hmm. You know, him and Ringo, I mean, in any band, you got to have the rhythm section. That's your rock. That's your glue. But Harrison in particular, I feel like he is so, underrated. I got a cat jumping in the window here on my lap. Jeez.
There we go. It wants action. Right. It wants action. It wants action.
And I can't blame her. We've gotten some today. I think we're going to get more into the close. So I'd love to get on into it. Real quick, let's pop open some charts for the guys here. I want to show y'all what we're working with. So, there we go. We have some private data on the left there. Don't dox me, guys. There we go. SPX 1 minute chart. We'll get to a 5 to get a little bit more perspective and just show you what we've seen today. It has been a grind. It has been a big grind. Positive gamma as we've expected. Dips are bought. Things are on rails here. I'm seeing that I'm not sharing my actual chart there, so let me fix that. Apologies. We're going to pop on to the full screen, entire screen here. Oh, it's going too big. I apologize. Ayush, I'm making your job harder. I'm going to back out of here. We'll get it back on the regular window. And maybe later we can...
I've got my chart. I'm going to go. I've got my chart because I got charts of the week ready to rock and roll too as well. So I've got a couple of beautiful charts and trades we're going to go over here in just a little bit. So we'll
excellent.
And have a special guest. So we have Dimpy that joined us on a Friday Night Live. He's going to be joining us finally actually I have a guest to join us here in the studio, right? So he's going to join us. Okay. He's up in New York area. He's in Jersey, so he's going to join us and he's going to talk about some trades and charts in the last portion of this show. And of course, you guys are more than welcome. Don't forget, we have bring your own charts later today. Joe, all you guys push that on the Discord. And anyone that's on the Discord, Nigel, you want to talk about some charts, some trades you took last week or today, whatever it might be. Crow, Tack, let's talk about them. Right now, let's go back to Steve with the book report of the week there. Steve, what do we got?
I thought I was a news reporter. This is my book report. I guess that's fair too.
I didn't know what to label it as. So I was like, "Whoa, that's the quickest thing I could come up with without You're prolonging and stuttering, if you're on live air, you can't see, you just got to roll with it, right? So
You gotta just exactly.
there.
I'm a strong believer, and it's not even what you say; it's how you say it. So we're just what are words even? They're just mouth sounds. What's the difference? It is funny. It feels like a book report sometimes, or maybe show and tell. Remember show and tell? I get to go in and show my cool toy. So that's what it really feels like here. How about this? Just for Ayush in the background here. How about we start with? I'll do the around the horn here, then we can jump in with Josh with the charts, and I'll throw my screen up on the backside, and you can, if possible, crop it so we can get both sides in there for the future. That being said, I'd love to get into this just a little look under the hood. So. First off, guys. Oh yeah, we got the charts there. Even better. Yeah, if you want to start with this, that's
go ahead. You give me your book report over there. If you don't give me a book report right now, I want to grade you. What do you? Listen, I want to know. This is you read a book. It was the stock market this week. Tell me about it.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking on the backside. Oh, there we go. So I will switch this on over. Great. So, SPY, a little bit green. Nothing too crazy, up about $2 since the close. Same basic move as Qs. So we're not seeing the big discrepancy that we've been seeing almost every other day this week, where one's been largely outperforming the other in one direction or the other. IWM is putting in a little bit of a laggard bid here. This makes sense to me because we are seeing pretty decent strength in the mega caps. I think that's holding the Qs up. Usually when Qs are doing well, that money's coming out of IWM more often than not. Dow, still a rock, still holding steady. No worries there. But interesting to see a few of these, kind of cross assets that I like to watch. Some of the secondary indicators. So we've got some of the risk on ones like semiconductors, IGV. I like to watch where software and hardware are doing, especially relative to each other. So interesting to see. We saw some money coming back into IGV. I took some positions in some of the stronger ones. We have positions in NET, which is Cloudflare, NET, great company there. They seem to be positioning themselves as a real winner of the agentic AI future internet. So I'm liking what they're doing there. They're talking about basically implementing a system where these agentic AI agents, they're actually generating some revenue as they go about their business, because I am a firm believer, and I think Cloudflare is as well, that the future of the internet is not about human traffic nearly as much as it is about agentic traffic. It's going to be a whole lot of bots talking to each other. And I think that if we can find an edge in how to capitalize on that new ecosystem, then you're in a really good position. So loving that action there. That being said, recently in the past couple of days, we've been seeing the rotation bucket slosh right back around back into semiconductors. Amazing catches off there, with no small part due to the strength in the dip buy in the Kospi. We're seeing a lot of relative strength. Each time we see one of these massive knives, it is being reaccumulated. It sure does seem. I don't think the move is over. That being said, we have another monkey wrench in the works, because today we have SK Hynix starting to trade. So Josh, I know we got a lot on tap here today. I was hoping that we would get to the SK Hynix report in the morning, but we had such a great stream. It was just solid, great content throughout the whole thing. We're getting a lot of positive feedback, so we just kind of kept rolling with it. And the IPO hadn't been out at that point. About half an hour after we got off screen, of course, pops open. So we're going to definitely talk about SK Hynix, SKHY. I think the actual ticker that's trading it right now is SKHYV. So that's where, if you can't find it on TradingView, that's how you can pull it up. We will be checking that out in just a second as well. Yeah, Pops Mafia throwing it out. Thoughts on SKHYV, IPO, or ADR, to be precise. I do have thoughts, and we can definitely get into that here, but just laying the groundwork with what the overall market is doing here. So we talked software pulling back a little bit. You were seeing that money slosh back into hardware. You can see that semiconductor past 5-day curve. It is cooking. IGV kind of treading water and down today. So definitely going to keep an eye on this here. That being said, I still like the leaders in this space. I think that money is just going to continue to slosh back and forth. The leaders will show their strength and diverge. And so, yeah, I'm sticking with Cloudflare. I also picked up some Fastly. That one is red. Just picked it up yesterday. It's right about break even red, right about that $20 handle. Might get stopped out of that one. We shall see, but wanted to put some money to work there. So, Elsewhere, we have IBIT, Bitcoin still holding strong. This has had a really nice dip by midweek. I'm liking the strength. It's into key levels. If we can reclaim some of that support, we can definitely push on up in the Bitcoin complex. Like in Ethereum as well, if it can get over the 1800 handle. I'm not sure if it's over right now. We'll have to check in on that in a sec. But good to see the crypto market participating a little. Josh, I don't know about you, but it's been hard watching the crypto bros struggle this much, you know? I want everybody to win, even the crypto bros. So, so you like to see a little
Not
strength
as
there.
cool as the Mario Bros, unfortunately. So.
Very true. Very true. Ain't that the truth? I mean, speaking of which, Mario Bros, they spend some time in the sewage and the pipes. So Bitcoin's been in the gutter for quite a while now, so I'd really like to see that turn a corner. Speaking of in the gutter, you know, we're all looking up at the same stars.
Are you
What's that?
investing anything long term? As in, are you
Crypto?
investing? Yeah. Do you have anything?
I'm not a crypto maxi. I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I am a trader maxi. So I took the long about 56K last year, took it up to 75, took a lot off, took a lot more off at 100. I bowed out of the trade around 100, 110. That's it for me. I figured it was going to take a while to reset. I'm really glad that's the case. I did have some continuation plays with Ethereum. Boy, did those not work. So it took, I lost about somewhere between right around a tenth of my crypto gains trying to hold that continuation move. I'm happy with my stop out there because it would have been gnarly holding through this. It's not fun, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like having my money just sit there. So what I do like long term is PURR, per hyperliquid. So I don't know if you're familiar with this one, Josh, but it is a cryptocurrency. It's an altcoin. I know, spooky, especially in this in this economy. Altcoin.
Don't be surprised when they sneak up with their cat game.
Oh wait, with the what now?
With their cat game, they're going to start selling cat products. Come on, PUR per was a joke.
Oh, what am I even thinking? Absolutely, they're gonna start competing with Bark and Chewy, right? You know, it's going to be a three-legged race there. All right, interesting. So that's Josh's theory. My theory is basically, I think everything is working its way towards tokenized. You know, I think every stock is going to be tokenized, listed on the like 24-hour, 7 days a week, 25A. You know, I think that we will not be able to have a moment where we cannot trade just about anything if we look 5-10 years in the future, maybe sooner. So I think that Hyperliquid is going to have a significant stake in this kind of new economy that we're looking towards, this tokenized digital economy. I don't know what that even means. Whole bunch of buzzwords. Either way, I like the technology, and I like that I can look up something more accurate than Weekend Wall Street and see what SPY is doing over the weekend. Sure, I can't trust it, but often that it's just showing how much liquidity is there. And I think that it's a very promising avenue in the space. So I got a little long-term allocation there. I think I'm slightly red on it. I don't care. I'm not selling it till it's either 500% higher or a zero, right? So whatever. It can do what it wants. That's my investment in crypto for now, but I'd love to take a position for a swing if it starts acting right, which it is. As Wendy's Tendies says, what is dead may never die. If you're still holding, don't sell now. That's what I got to tell you. It's going to make a new high or not. Who the heck knows? But I think it probably will. And you've held this long.
That was my cheat last month. I just keep like, didn't I just say we just had some Wendy's? So it was remember when Wendy's ran? Wendy's ran. Maybe it was on earnings or whatever it was, but Wendy's ran. Remember, and I traded it, made some money, and so I was like, okay, it was a Friday, and we had to get some Wendy's, and we got it. We loaded up. Oh yeah, So I was like, I did just have some Wendy's. So Wendy's Tendies, just for you, baby, just for you, baby.
Sorry. I'm laughing at the comments, Crow. Yes, you are right. For 10 billion, Elon Musk put 300 rockets in orbit. For 11 billion, the state of California has built 1,600 feet of elevated rail. Little caveat. Just, you know, I am California. I guess I gotta defend Gavin Newsom. What I will say is, Elon has sucked a lot of money out of the public sector as well. So maybe if he wasn't taking my tax dollars, maybe if $600 on average of your tax money wasn't going to Elon Musk and all of his rich friends, maybe we'd get some more feet. Probably not, though. We all know corruption's terrible, all across the board. So I don't know. That made me laugh.
I love this. It was someone that won the lottery. The last person that won the lottery, they won. You know, it was supposed to be like, say, I can't remember. It was $1 billion, 1.18 bill, but they took home like 450 mil.
Right. I always say congratulations.
Why don't we tax all billionaires like that then?
my brother in Christ, come on over to the socialism camp. That's what we're all about. I swear it's not a bad word. All I want is to tax Elon like 3%, 3 to 5%. I don't want to touch your taxes. I don't want to touch my taxes. Just come on. Give us a little bit. Come on. That's all I'm saying. All right. Let's not get political. I'm going to lose half the viewers here.
Come on. Oh, well, I know. It was just a logical moment to think about. Like, come on here. Come on here.
I think a lot of the policy I'd like to see is logical.
Yeah. Hey, we just need to come out with it'll be a trade the pool work like an old school. Who sang the song "Work Hard for Your Money"? She works hard for money, and it'll be us just saying we work hard for our money, right? And then it'll be us stock trading, pointing at all those billionaires. Like, come on, billionaires, help us! Come on, Bruce Wayne, what are you doing to us?
Look. That's what I'm saying. I'm not one of those tax billionaires until they're millionaires guys yet, but I am one of those tax trillionaires till they're billionaires guys. How about that? You know, is that fair? Talk's going, oh boy, let's get out of here. Cut it out. Cut it. Okay, let's get back to what you guys came
numbers. We're just talking all these big numbers, so you start thinking numbers in millions and trillions, and then it'll get
Yeah, you take one of those zeros off, and all of a sudden everybody's got healthcare. Anyways, what's happening in the market?
Hot takes from Steve and Josh. Hey, I like this Friday at lunch. Might as well, right? Hey, give us some hot takes, hot cakes. And we already talked this one before. I think you said we do the waffles, pancakes, French toast. I think you were French toast, right? If you had to pick between the three.
I'm a big French toast man. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I love them all. It's hard for me to pick. If I had to do one, because I love them all with sausage. I love them all with bacon. I love them all. I mean, they all pair well with any kind of egg, side, hash brown, wherever you want to go there.
Oh yeah.
So we can go back to food any minute with me.
Yeah, much less polarizing. Who hates French toast? You know what I'm saying? Nobody's out protesting waffles.
All I know is Belgian waffles are out for a while.
Yeah, dead to me. I'm over it. Stroop waffles, get the heck out. Actually, I think that's Dutch. All right, Dutch, you're still cool with me. We gotta love the swamp Germans.
I love it.
All right, okay. Back to the cross asset watch. Gold, it's having trouble. We don't care about gold yet. I'm still keeping an eye on it. It's not acting right. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when it's time. That being said, oil coming down just a little bit. We like to see that a risk premium subside just a little bit, just giving us that little inkling that maybe we are ready to get this big pennant breakout underway. I'd love to see a big bullish push in the next couple weeks. Maybe pull back into OPEX on the bank earnings and then off to the races. Speaking of banks, they are doing nothing. And this has been a common trend, Josh. Banks have just been hanging out right in the middle of a large bifurcated sector rotation recently. So I've been seeing a whole lot of XLF just treading water, kind of makes sense, into the earnings, the big earnings around the corner. We are seeing materials actually leading the way today, and that's fascinating. That's something I haven't seen in a while. Materials and consumer staples of all things. So I'm not sure what to make of this quite yet. It's a little bit of an interesting look here because technology is not leading the way up. It is a broad-based rally. We have everything except for energy green. So I think it's bullish, but it's just interesting to see consumer staples so strong, materials from the top rope out of nowhere. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Meanwhile, in the markets themselves, let me pull my chart back into the window here, and there we go. So we're just on that grind. On that big old grind here.
Quick teaser. You mentioned banks. Before we, of course, get into our BYOC, banks next week report. We'll get into that. So banks, we have a big week of earnings next week. So we'll have to do we have a lot of that to cover next week.
Yeah, well, not just that, and not just next week. How do you parse these earnings, Josh? What do you do? Trick question. You'll know what to do because we got a webinar coming up today. How to read these darn things.
Yes.
You know what? Josh, it's not about the print, right? You can have a really good quarter and still sell off. What's the deal with that? What's the deal with that?
Oh, every time you have like this side Seinfeld kind of like there's another shine there. What's the deal? What's the deal? I like it.
The more someone grinds my gear, the more someone Seinfeld's just clearly living rent free in my head for one reason or another. I don't know what it is. I'm more of a George guy. I don't know if you saw this. It went viral. There was a post. It was like, if George just shaved the sides and grew a beard, he would have been on the sexiest Men of America list every year. They did a Photoshop. He looked kind of good. Jason Alexander, he was kind of a hunk if he just did something different with that. The monk haircut thing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a rough look. So,
It is a rough look.
so
Not
shout
many
out to
people
Jason
are.
Alexander's
Yeah,
jawline, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I don't even if like the Brad Pitts and the George Clooney's of the world would. I mean, I guess they would halfway pull it off. But yeah, there's not many people that are gonna, because you're gonna go, why that hair? Why,
Right. You're like Franciscan monk maxing or something. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. I love it.
Okay.
All of it.
Getting on to numbers here. What do we see in this bullish tape? Well, man, it was a wild news flush here. I'm on tilt today, Josh. I was looking at contracts here for 30 cents. I did not pull the trigger, and you know what? They're about $1.50 now. So I'm kicking myself on stream. I was like, is this the buy chance? And I waffled. I whiffed it. So no trades for me. I'm feeling bad, but I'll just cry about it a little bit later and be totally fine by tomorrow, because you know what? It's the weekend. I'm feeling good, and SPY is too. We got the higher low double bottom. We ground out this big key level, this 75.50, 75.60 actually. So we were marking this out, watching this all morning, me and Alejandra for the morning session. We got the big reversal back the other direction. Looks like we're in positive gamma grinding on up. Watching for potential sells into the low volume lunch hour into this bear supply zone. But if it's a trend day, we can power straight through that up to 75.80. That's the big handle that I'm watching there. So loving the price action here. And I think it'd be a good time to talk about the other big mover today, because I think the people want to hear a little bit about SK Hynix. How you feeling about that? We got time for a little presentation before you bring your buddy on?
Yeah, and then I want to talk next week if we want to kind of before we kind of tease next week what we have for next week, and of course even maybe your webinar for later in the day before we fully get into charts, because we may get lost into charts like we always do, and next thing you know,
it's so easy.
talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead, give us a little SK Hynix.
Speak a little SK Hynix for him. Yeah, I can do that. So first off, here's the chart. It is interesting what it did today. So first off, there's a few things that we can note. Let me just get into the presentation here, actually. I got it somewhere. One of these, there it is. Okay, let's talk about this. So we got to talk, because this thing is trading for a premium. This thing's trading for a premium. I'm going to tread water here, just yap it up while I find my supplementary documents. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. So guys, SK Hynix, if you're not familiar, this is the Korean memory giant. If you've never traded it, you've absolutely traded around it. Trust me, because SK Hynix is the company that makes the memory chips stacked right next to every single Nvidia accelerator on Earth, and next to every H100, H4, whatever the chip's name is, those big old clusters, the one that's making your AI girlfriends work. You know what I'm saying? Those are powered by SK Hynix and that memory. Until today, if you wanted to own it, you had to go to the Seoul exchange. You couldn't buy it on the US markets. Starting this morning, it trades on NASDAQ in dollars, US dollars, in regular hours, right next to Apple, AMD, and Nvidia, right? So this opens it up to a much larger market. Everybody knows we got the best markets in the world. Just ask your president. Well, just ask anybody. I mean, that's not controversial, right? If there's anything that we're great at, it is stocks, and this is what you get. You get basically when a high commodity or high, what am I looking for? A very popular ticker moves from their own market, and then they get a listing on the US market, there will be an influx of liquidity as US investors get a chance to get exposure in a theme that is otherwise bottlenecked. This is of course assuming that there is that demand. So what we were watching here is the anchor price, basically the price if it was going to trade the exact same as the Korean listing, and then we watch how much of an appetite the US market has compared to that. That's the anchor, but we want to see what premium we're willing to pay for exposure, direct exposure to the memory complex as a whole, that high bandwidth memory. So the anchor was 149 this morning. That's the reference point there. Let's get into the details. The deal priced at $149 initially, like I said, that's that anchor. Every move today is a premium or discount to that price. So far, let's get back down to the charts real quickly. So far, we've seen a pretty steep premium being priced in as participants say, hey, this is a great theme. I want more exposure to it. We're in a pullback here. It's time to long memory. That's what they're telling you, or that's what the market is telling you, at least so far. So because of that, we opened at 170, not the 150, right? So already pricing in a decent premium there. Let's scroll on down to 150. That is a 14% premium that was already priced in from the start. We are currently trading literally at the open. So it's an interesting area there. I'm sorry, at the slightly above the open. There's the open right there. So interesting to watch. Let's see if this is a high or low after rechecking in with that opening price, or almost there. Maybe it pushes down just a hint more. You can see that we have this big volume shelf. This under here is where there's very low volume. And that shows us that price did not really accept down here. When it traded down here very quickly and on very few shares, they were able to push it back up. And it seems like the market is deciding, so far at least, that fair value is somewhere up in this box where all of this volume came in, somewhere between 173 and 175. So I like this price action so far, especially for the overall AI trade as a whole. Going back to our numbers here. One mechanical detail that matters is, oh, I'm sorry, I'm skipping something here. There we go. The offering, is 177.9 million in American depository shares. That's a weird word. At 149, that raises roughly $26.5 billion in a deal valued around $29 billion. So that does make it the largest ADR listing in history. It slightly beat out Alibaba's $21.9 billion New York debut from 2014. So one mechanical detail that really does matter for the valuation is the ratio. The ratio is like, let's see, what is it? 10 ADS to 1 SOL share. So 10 of these US American shares equal 1 common share on the Korean exchange. So the fair value of 1 ADS is the SOL price divided by 10. Converted to the, or at the won to dollar exchange rate. I've never actually said that. Is it won? WON, the Korean currency? I don't know if you know, but
I do not. I have not heard of that one before. I mean,
we're going to go won. We're going to say won. So won to dollar exchange rate. We'll come back to that too, but that's actually the cleanest edge today, I think. So we got to understand what this is. It's not a company IPOing for the first time. SK Hynix has traded in Seoul since 1996. This is an OG memory company. This is just the US listing. OG. Exactly. So it's a dual listing that removes the accessibility barrier from the American for American capital, I should say. And the business isn't new, like I said. What's new is that everyone with the U.S. brokerage can now buy it instantly. So the deal was run by Bank of America, Citigroup, Goldman, and J.P. Morgan as the global coordinators. So that's the full roster, basically, right? And what I want to see is how this affects the bank stocks going into earnings as well. It'll be very interesting to watch those earnings because they will be reporting on two major either IPOs or ADRs here. So let's see. First off, remember it's not SKHY. If you're looking for it and you can't find it, that's why. It's SKHYV with a V at the end there. So that's the when issued symbol. So it's regular trading will be under the SKHY ticker, but that does not begin until Monday. So be careful about that. If you want to trade this next week, look for SKHY. So yeah, that's why if you're pulling that up, you will see nothing. What does when issued mean, by the way? So it means that you're trading the shares on a conditional basis before they've formally settled and been issued. So it's completely standard for listings this size to do this, and it lets price discovery basically start immediately, which is healthy. You know, say what you will about my political takes, but I'm very much a capitalist. I'm very much about the market deciding the price for things. You know what? I want to see that price discovery, and I want to help discover that price because I think we're going higher and I want to help push it up higher. That being said, you always got to watch for these as potential liquidity events, but I see this as an opportunity for U.S. money to come into the sector and not an opportunity to extract liquidity from the sector. So just wrapping up this little point on the when issued factor, so the trade is contingent on the deal closing and the ADSs being issued, which they will be. There's no real doubt there, So just know what you're clicking, basically. Wrong ticker could get you, well, I don't even think anything would happen if you just search SKYV or SKHY right now. But just wanted to let you know what's what, because I see a lot of confusion and a lot of questions on that. So let me tell you why this debut is so much bigger than just like one Korean chip maker. they're literally the world leader in high bandwidth memory. You know, if you ever hear HBM, that's what we're talking about. So those are the ultra fast stacked memory chips that sit physically packaged right next to those AI GPUs. You can't run a modern AI accelerator without them. Simply impossible. The SK Hynix holds somewhere between 50 and 55% of that entire global market. So if you need RAM, half of that is coming from SK Hynix themselves. It's the biggest customer. The biggest customers for them are Nvidia and Alphabet. Those are pretty good customers there. You know, they got a pretty big budget there. This is the memory backbone of the whole AI build out. So here's the key insight that I want to give y'all in terms of how they are going to be trading today here. Because they're already trading in Seoul, today is not some big price discovery on the business, because the business has a known price. What today actually discovers is how aggressively that American capital wants to underwrite this AI memory trade at scale. So think about what a strong open, which is what we got, would say about this, you know? So them opening at a big premium to 149, which they did, is investors telling you that basically they want that pure HBM exposure and they will pay through the nose for it. So that's super bullish, and it's that read through is through the entire memory complex. So we should be seeing Micron and SanDisk also playing in sympathy to the upside. If it opens at a discount, this was written before, you know, so I don't know. It did not, so we don't have to worry about this. But if it did, that would say that the AI demand maybe isn't as durable as the thesis that we're kind of operating under entails. So right now, we are feeling pretty good about it. I'll flip back to the charts. And again, finding that high or low so far off of that, roughly the opening price. We'll go 5-minute bar right there. And there it's very clean. You can see that catching. So still a tight range, but we're being priced at a premium. And that's a great sign for the memory sector as a whole. If we look at Micron, there you go. Pumping very nicely. So love to see this. It has been a wild ride here on Micron. Josh, I don't know if you played the downside at all. We caught the short from about just over 1,000 this day. Cashed in the overnight session as it traded down into the under the 900 levels. I did nibble just a little bit as kind of a placeholder of MULL. I flipped from MUZ, the 2x levered down, to MULL, the long, on the break of this downtrend line here. We popped it, back tested, held, and I got involved somewhere around there. Very small position. I wish I bought more. I wish I bought more this morning too, but just kind of, I'm a little overstimulated by this market, Josh. We got so much awesome stuff going around every single day. It feels like one of those money funnels where I'm like, ooh, $20 bill, ooh, $100 bill. And it's just too much happening to keep track of everything. We've got China popping off. We've got crazy moves in biotech. We've got a whole bunch of action happening. And this is one that I didn't execute on quite as cleanly as I would have liked. But I think we'll have time to buy dips if this move is continuous or is going to hold here. So Micron here, I would love for this head and shoulders to play out, but I don't think it necessarily will based on the strength of this. It could. I'll be looking for weakness up here at the top of this volume shelf at about 1,100, 1,075. This would be pipe dream because I'd love to buy these names much cheaper. Let's be real. I probably don't think it's going to happen, especially with how strong SK Hynix is today. But that's what I wanted to kind of keep tabs on and let you know how I'm feeling on this trade here. So we were talking about the 3 ways it can go. I mean, I know it's already decided. I made this before. But this is what we're getting. The premium pop. We've got the gap up. MU moved up in sympathy. Nvidia holding firm and actually strong. And SMH is bidding there. So that is the long and short of it for the most part. Let me just finish up with the very last bit here. So there were a few ways that I was looking to trade this. Some of them have invalidated, but with the higher low we're seeing now, I don't hate this for just a little bit of a nibble here. Just to get a little bit more skin in the game if you like this trade and you want more exposure. SKHYV, there it is. I mentioned I'm dyslexic. What we want to see, sorry about that, dinging in the background. I'll check on those alerts in just a sec. What we want to see is basically, I'd like to see this actual opening price, 170.39. tag, and then I want to see a strong buyer off there personally. Maybe we sweep under the volume shelf and then reclaim, but this is an area I want to watch, this 170-ish to 170.50 level. Doesn't seem like we're super bidding right now, so I want to see if that can hold. Honestly though, I think the best way to probably play this is with MU, so buying dips on MU. I think that this one could be a little bit of a liquidity event, but the whole point is that if it's priced over 150, even if it comes back down to 160 or something, it's a great tailwind for the demand in the whole complex. So I see it as a rising tides lift all boats. Even if there's a little bit of whiplash on this ADR print, the moves in Micron should be more steady, I do believe. So if we overlay Micron here, let's check my thesis. Yeah. So that's kind of what I would hope to see. So this can get some profit take, but in my book, if I just made a handy little pretty penny on SKYV and it was trading way over premium, I would take those winnings and roll it into the thing that just got the vote of confidence. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I look at this and how it does seem to be playing out. Again, a little bit burnt out today. I did not take this trade, and I sure wish I did add to Memu on this play. But just, can't trade everything. I was on tilt from the morning. Want to give you guys the full disclosure there. So I think that's just about what I got for you here. Sorry, I should have scrolled down. There's some visuals to accompany what we were talking about there. But yeah, this is what we want to say for the execution rules. Let the price discovery happen. That's what we are doing. We're waiting this out and trade the read through, right? So that's what I was talking. If SKIV is too hot to touch, or if it's just acting a little bit less clean, the cleaner vehicle is probably MU or SMH, liquid, charted, and driven by the same sentiment that this is a tailwind for. That's what I got here for SKY. I keep calling it Sky. Okay, SKHY.
Yeah, it's not a fun one to try to roll off the tongue there for a stock trader. It's HT. What the hell are those stupid letters you got, man? Oh well.
Right.
Yeah, not a fun one. Let's talk
I don't
about.
have. I can't do anything with that, right? Ski. That's not very catchy.
Doesn't have my interest, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Probably will. I will literally. I may forget about this play until it actually. I don't like IPO plays. There's just no chart for me. I need more chart. There's not enough information built in for me right now. I need more information to trade. So I just let this go. It could be something I'm looking at like a month from now, maybe 3 months from now. But give me MU, give me some SanDisk, give me something I've been looking at. I'll take it any day of the week over the SPCX. And I can't even say it. Whatever. Let's get into next week. We do have earnings, and it's a lot of banks next week. We got JP Morgan, we got Bank of America, we have Goldman Sachs, we have Wells Fargo, we have Citigroup. By the way, smash that like button. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. We have more on Wednesday. Really, the only big one in after hours we'll cover next week, it seems like, at least for now, unless I'm missing something, is going to be Netflix, which is on Thursday, and that kind of then starts up the big daddies for the following week. But we have a lot of banks next week, so we're going to cover those. Steve, I'm sure you'll have some special stuff for our bankies, and maybe even because I know you're talking earnings report. So is there, like today in your webinar, is there a certain ticker you're going to bring up, or is it just going to be a roundabout of how to trade them in general?
Well, I wanted to keep it as evergreen as possible here because, with certain earnings reports, there are specific things you're looking for. Oftentimes on the reports that I'll bring to you guys, I'll be saying, okay, here's the kind of boilerplate, yada, yada, boring stuff. Don't trust the numbers in general. Look for the guide, yada, yada, all the things that we're going to be talking about. But there might be one specific metric that really is going to move that print. Often I was saying this quarter, especially for the software as a service companies, it was that ARR, that annual recurring revenue. Because basically this was the quarter where we wanted to see these software names actually turn all of the AI CapEx into something tangible, into profits, right? So the winners were the ones that were able to convert. The losers were the ones that are stuck holding the bag, stuck paying the bill without anything really to show for it. So that is a good example of what might be a hot button topic for one quarter or for one sector. And that can be very variable, right? So what's important is kind of looking at these from the right framework so you know how to engage with this material and it doesn't, make you freeze up when it's time, because you're going to be battling algorithms when you're trading these live, at least if you're looking for that first snap. And that's why I don't personally trade the first reaction nearly as much as I trade the kind of whiplash for perhaps if I'm expecting the actual numbers not to matter nearly as much as the guide, maybe I buy the dip that comes out from subpar or average numbers with the intention of, well, if the guide is still good, if my key metrics are still holding up, even if the top line isn't quite as impressive, I still could find that to be a great dip to buy. Usually this isn't a scalp. Usually this is more of a position trade where you're getting something good for a discount. One example, ON. I don't trade much earnings, so this was quite a while ago, but
we'll be getting to the charts next week, team, just so you guys know. We have people on Discord putting some Yeah. So, and also just real quickly, tease next week we have CPI and PPI. So it'll be big week next week as far as things to look forward to. So earnings getting ramped back up a little bit. We'll have CPI and PPI next week. So some things for you guys to look forward to as well. Just want to bring that up as real quickly.
Totally. It's going to be a great time. Really looking forward to it. But even then, I just want to shout out everybody in the chat because it was kind of the lull, in the past couple weeks. I mean, we had our biggest earnings, I think last week was Levi's. Kind of underwhelming in terms of the ticker, some market implications, but in general, I was just so happy to see so many people coming in. We broke 6,000 views on that stream. So thank you, each and every one of you. Really appreciate you showing the love. And trust me, if you could get that excited for jeans, boy, we got something in store for you because these banks are going to be rocking and rolling. Big implications there. And it'll be essential to know how to trade these because no matter what, you'll be trading these earnings. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what sector you're in. There will be at least some crossover, some effect because the market as a whole needs to know how the banks are doing, how the financials, how the plumbing is doing, so to speak.
Right.
So good stuff there for sure. Can't wait to get into charts as well. Just the last thing I wanted to show with this chart, ON on earnings, sometimes the results it's just you got to call BS, and we did this on Marvell as well. ON here, it had really great results in terms of the guide, the front line or the top line numbers. They were just a little tiny bit underwhelming, so it dumped to $60. I was sitting here waiting for it at my daily trigger at 60.80. It hit 60 and reclaimed. I said, yeah, I'll buy some. Sure, why not? Easiest trade in your life if you catch these right. I mean, all it took was knowing how strong this company was and how more important the forward guide was than the actual bottom line numbers there. You'll see this a lot when everybody's expecting the quarter to be good, and then it is, and then they sell it off, and then they hear the guidance, they're like, wait, what were we doing? Yeah, I know expectations were high, but this is actually awesome, and then you get the ripper back there, 20% in a few days. That was an easy trade for me. Of course, I wish I held because it went a lot higher, but hey, 20% overnight, 2 days, we take that. One more example for y'all before we get into whatever y'all would like to talk about. Remember, you're bringing your charts, your own charts. Marvell after earnings, another one. Just running a little hot, but an amazing company. Got punished into the print, got punished a little bit more. Came back to our 190 level and reclaimed. That's a great entry right there. And I still hold those shares. Sweated me a little bit. I was like, am I going to go break even on these? Am I going to go red on these? Luckily, I didn't. We called out the buying this gap fill as well. I did not add here. This is another, you're getting full disclosure, guys. I beefed this one too. I did not add. I have the message pinned in my trade alerts comment. Hey, good place to buy if you like the company long term. I'm not pulling the trigger yet. Sure wish I did. Looking nice now. Maybe a higher low. Maybe it's time to get involved now. I might add into the close here. I'm going to be watching for the strong strength into the close, but I do like Marvell as a long-term play in the photonic space, in the chip space, a little bit of both, and I think they're a great company there. So that's what I got here, Josh. Where do you want to take us next?
Let's get to charts. I've got, hopefully you have one too. I got to go to the chart of the week for me. Always go to chart of the week. So it was CLRO. This is one of the prettier, cleaner charts you'll ever see. Kind of funny saying I say cleaner charts. It's clear one. So it's funny that it is one of the cleaner charts of the week. And just retracement levels, right, and how beautiful this worked out. We go from 7 up to around 950. That's $2.50. Last time I made the correct math. 250 divided by 2 gets to the 50% retracement would be $1.25. So 950 divided by minus 125 takes us down to where 825, where earlier in that day, right here we have a little old resistance becoming what? New support, a little sandwich area. Good sandwiches, right? You can see it being created right out of the gate. There's some resistance, then becomes support. We come back down to it again. No, 50% retracement level. Let's just go to the next bounce area. We're seeing it right here. Why? Well, let's do some basic math. We go from 7 all the way up to 1250, pretty much, right? Now we know if we do some basic math, it's not that hard. That's about $5.50. 550 divided by 2, somewhere right around, we'll call it 250, right? So 1250 minus 250 takes us right around the $10 mark. Pretty easy, right? And then we can see we hold 10, 50% retracement bounce, holds it very well. Got a little bit, the sweep a little bit further down, and it runs for more. Has a beautiful uptrend channel on the day. This is a beautiful, 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 beautiful chart. We've got the 1 touch, the 2 touch, we're 3 touch, we're 4 touch knocking here. And if we want a knocking, some stuff's going to come a rocking, and I want some more. And there you go, baby. And then what do we have overall? Again, these old resistance areas becoming support. Whether we see it right through here, we get it back down here. This is one of the cleaner, prettier charts of the week for us bullish. Now, we still have some short charts that are decent right now still like to show off a lot of these bullish charts and what to be looking for when you see something on the bull side. Of course, maintaining your moving average for the most part of the day. Between the 9 and the 50, I only have the 50 up here, but I love the 9 as well. And then we have the VWAP, which it just extends off of it. This play is absolutely one of the prettier charts of the week. And for entries too, is, back here at the 830 area for the way up, scaling back into resistance, getting again the 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 touches, and then we squeeze for more, taking it into new high of day. Same here for entries. Well, where do I want to take this back? Well, this old support area is probably going to be new resistance, which it was. And then I'm going to take it back into high of day, which we get then for the run up, right? So that's how I'm trading these tickers. I'm looking for a dip back at, maybe 50 retracement, selling at highs, and then getting new highs, right? Same thing here. Get in here, get back to here, and then get to there. Anything after that's just icing on the cake. CLRO, clear one. This is my clear one chart of the week. Do you have a clear one chart of the week? Do you have a day where you just said, this is it? This is the sugar upon sugar. This is that. What's your favorite dessert there, Steve?
Oh, that's tough. First thing that jumps to mind, pecan pie. That's up there for sure.
Yeah, are you sure?
Pie.
As much as you say tarnations and you say pecan
I
pie,
know.
are you sure you're not from the South? I swear, brother.
I swear, I got something in me. Bless your heart for saying so.
You're just a Southern comfort sweetheart if I've ever met one. I can't tell you enough. All right, Steve, then what is your chart of the week, Mr. Pecan Pie?
Well, you know what? I got a couple, but I gotta go with my bros. Gotta go with my bros. BROS. This is coffee. This is a bet on American diabetes. I don't know if you've ever been to a.
Before I cut you off, Wendy's
Yeah.
Tinny says cheesecake.
Oh.
Do you remember a place? I don't know if you had it out west, but have you ever had a place called Copeland's? And speaking of, it was kind of like this Cajun-y kind of place, but it was kind of like a redneck in a way cheesecake factory. But they had a bananas Foster cheesecake. Dude, it was one of the best cheesecakes and one of the best desserts I've ever had. So I had a quick shout out because right when I asked you, I was like, oh man, I remember that bananas Foster cheesecake. Then I see Wendy's Tinny say cheesecake. I'm telling you, have you ever had bananas Fosters before?
Yes, yeah, we were talking French toast. I did caramelized bananas on the French toast. A little compote, you know what I'm saying? Great stuff there. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Excellent stuff. And cheesecake, it's a blast, dude. It's one of my favorite things. I was a baker for a couple of years, and that was one of my favorite things to make because it's so fun. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, but you got to like build a little tent for it out of aluminum so it doesn't crack. There's so much work that goes into a well-produced, well-executed cheesecake. So it's always a little pride of joy whenever you get a good cheesecake out of the oven or a good souffle. Those are the two marks in my book that make a competent baker there. Yes, guilty. I grew up with a lot of Boomerang on the TV. I don't know who recognizes that. The Boomerang channel. It's like the Cartoon Network.
Adult Swim, Boomerang. I love some of. There you go. There's some good
Yeah.
stuff for us back in the day. Cartoon Network, whatever. Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah, Josh smoked weed back then. I can tell. If you're watching Adult Swim,
I
and
just thought of the Brack Show. I don't know if you remember or heard of the Brack Show. It was a
yes, yeah,
that was a real
totally.
random. Yeah, there was a lot of great shows though on that network. So we could go off and on forever. So go ahead and show us bros, because once you show us bros, I want to get over and quickly go over the ones on the Discord, and then I'm going to bring on our special guest right as we're kind of finishing up the ones on the Discord. So what do we got, Steve, for the week?
Beautiful. Two charts for you. I'll go real quick. Bros is number one. I love this company. I don't know. I've never had one, to be honest. Dutch Bros. It's a coffee place. They're expanding rapidly. Great growth model. They're eating into Starbucks' profit. More importantly than that, just seeing Starbucks as well do quite well. Very, very nice, long-dated base. Beautiful cup and handle. It's ticking all the boxes. We took this trade a couple weeks ago on the break. On the reclaim of the 200-day. We were buyers at 56. We sold our 75 strike September calls into. I actually trimmed into 66, sold my last at 70. Could have held for almost in the money there, but now I think it's setting up again. I think that is the case because we had the big W. And now we have the back test that aligned with our weekly 9-moving average, and we're starting to get a really nice bounce. Again, guys, full disclosure, I missed this one too. Past couple days, I've not been very sharp. So I should have been buying right down here off of 65, like I was saying I should have. But here I am holding no bros. I'm holding no bros. I need a hug. But I think it's a beautiful chart. I think it's got a long way to go. So I'm still hunting for a nice higher low here to get involved again. That's number one. One more for you. This one, I don't think many of you will know about. So I really want to put it on your radar. KSTR. This is Crane Shares SSE Star Market 50 Index ETF. What the hell does that mean? Chinese semiconductor exposure. Ooh, spooky. Ooh, scary. Yes, a little bit spooky. You got to have some faith. But man, if you are a believer in the influx of money heading into Chinese shares, if you're a believer in what Xi Jinping's doing over there in any regard financially, let's not get into all the other stuff. But you know what? The chips are going pretty hard. I see this as massive volume accumulation here, trying to break the base. And this chart looks like one that could potentially palantir, as I like to call it.
All right.
What is palantiring, you ask? Well, within 10 seconds, I will show you here. Look at that. That's palantiring, where you have your neckline of the IPO open. And what do you do when you get to the neckline? Watch this pink line. You just surge like crazy. Is it going to do that? Probably not. But I do like the surge of volume into this neckline, and I think it's got a lot of room. That's what I got for you there, guys.
Back over to my screen, Ayush, and let's go over Mr. Ayush's trades. If I'm not mistaken, there it is.
Ooh, so nicely documented there. That's beautiful. Looks like we're back on mine, though. I want to see that. I want to see that pretty chart that you had up there, Ayush.
What happened there? Are we good?
I don't know. It looks like we're showing my screen. There we go. Beautiful.
We're back. We're good.
Okay. This
There
is
we go.
nice.
Okay, I'm making sure we're still on it. Cool. Here we go. Opening range. We got the opening range here. So he says VWAP breaks still. Okay. So what do we? Let's see here. Hold on a sec here. I want to look at. Make sure we got 3 different trades from 3 different. Okay. So here we go. All right. So let's take a look at this one here. Can you see it, Steve?
Yes, sir, I can. And I like what I'm seeing too, because Ayush, I don't know if you were listening into the morning stream. I figure you were, but this is what we were watching too. That opening range, the 15-minute opening range, failed the orb. Like you said, that was the first sign of weakness. Then it was hanging out until VWAP cracked on the news. It was already looking a little bit weak, and then we got the Trump tweet and slammed it on down into higher time frame sell side liquidity there. But I love that you're acknowledging. I love that you caught that. I don't know if you caught the actual move, but you caught what was happening there. Exactly, that failed orb. So you knew exactly where to be looking, and you recognized it as it happened there. So great stuff there. The ATR stop, it looks like you took the VWAP crack. I love that. And you were just not greedy. You were just looking for the sweep of liquidity to the south side there as well. So I love that. Nice, clean 1-to-1 risk reward. And hey, probably you got a little more than that 1-to-1 unless you had your take profit in there already, because that happened so darn fast. So excellent stuff there.
We got Trent. This is Trent. Yeah, Trent. He used to play football. Trent Dilfer. That's right, former quarterback in the NFL. He now has his own ticker, I guess. Beautiful wedge there, though. Of course, the other pole on the flag, you got to see that. Doji indicates indecision before the bullish breakout. Right, we love it. And then, so I'm guessing this right here is possible maybe entry for you, and this is kind of your risk reward. There's your risk area reward right here for the move up. This is kind of like what I honestly with the CLRO chart that I was just showing you, that clean break action and that continuation up. Do you get this all day, every day? No, you wish you would. If that was the case, we'd all be Elon Musk and wouldn't have to worry about being taxed, because we'd all be multi-trillionaires if every stock ran this cleanly. That, my friend, is a clean break and a beautiful move. And how about Nuvama Wealth Management? Here we go. All right, so we got the neckline failed. VCP 1R. Okay, gotcha. -1. All right, so it's looking like he sees a breakout possibly here for the risk reward, going for a long, I'm thinking, for the breakout, and then fails this kind of higher low pattern and gets stopped out there possibly.
I was about to say this looks like a failed VCP, and then my big old dummy head looked up and learned to read, and this is exactly what Ayush saw it, and this is excellent identification as well. One thing that I really like, just from these charts, but just knowing Ayush's, getting to know Ayush's trading style a little bit more, he's really fast to recognize key levels and when they're not working right. So that's really key, because that's what I always say. I never know what's going to happen at a key level. All I can say is this is the area to watch, and we all got to watch it like a hawk. Let's see there. Do you mind going back to the chart, just because I think it was a great example there? Awesome. Appreciate you. So yeah, that the VCP that he's talking about, that's called a volatility contraction pattern, coined by Mark Minervini. You know him as the guy who didn't know what the hell Upstart did on CNBC. I'm sure you guys have all seen that clip. That being said, excellent trader. Bad look on that one, but I've been following him for years. He absolutely puts up numbers, and this is one of his best performing patterns. You're looking for 3 or 4 contractions of volatility, where the swings between the highs and the lows get smaller and smaller and smaller. This creates a pattern that you could call a cup into a handle, into a smaller handle perhaps. Maybe you see this as an ascending triangle. You'll see that a lot, and that's kind of what we got there. Just the higher lows and the flat top that it's trying to break out from. It doesn't have to be flat top, but in this case it is. So if you push through that, you've had 3 kind of attempts for bears to get involved and push this over, and they've failed increasingly, looking increasingly weak each time there. So when you get that third one and you try to break out, you try to do the squat into the yeet and you fail, that is a really good sign that it's a failed move and it has some juice to the downside. So one more thing I want to note there, when you're disciplined, like Ayush here, he drew out his level, he saw the failed break, but if you waited a little bit, you got a back test there. You can see that last little tap of the purple horizontal level before all hell broke loose. So this is really important. Just keep marking those breakpoints and be patient, and you will get excellent risk-reward trades.
Alrighty, let's keep going here. Shikarayarama. So just going over some trades here today, just to kind of show them off. So looks like going long here, 237 entry, got out at 266 with 1,400 shares. Nice little dub there. Got a couple. It looks like, of course, just buy. We're going long here. Got one loss here. Little small losses, which is good.
Small losses, big wins. I love this. Because this shows me he's not afraid to put his money where his mouth is. He's not afraid to let it run. Well, not let it run, but to take the shot, right? You got to be able to shoot your shot. Shooters got to shoot. And you don't win $600 per trade without a few $20, $50 losses. I'd be fine if you took 5 of these $50 losses and then hit the home run there with the 600 and then the 300. But
I wouldn't as a coach. I'd say, what are you doing? Listen, be more disciplined like my man Schick over here, and you wouldn't have those losses. Because sometimes in newer traders, what will happen, those 50-50s will turn into a 500 out of nowhere. I've seen it too often, too little. I don't want to see it anymore, Steve. I've seen it too much. It's hurt my heart. Okay? You do what this man did right here. Because I've seen too many traders early on. They keep going at it, and next thing you know, this is a 400 or it's a 4K. It's a blown account. I'm just saying, unless you are an experienced expert, you need to learn when to hold them and learn when to fold them. Just a little hot take from me right there. Do a little first take action, right? Where you go one side, I was just going to the other. I was like, no.
That's a very good point. Thank you, Josh, for ruining my point. No, you're absolutely right. Let me refine that statement just a little bit. If you did take 5 stop outs of $50 and then you caught the big move, you're stubborn, but you're tough, and your risk reward will play out if you do this every single day. Not saying you should. Like Josh said, there's better ways. Fine. But my only point being, I like small losses and big wins. You can take multiple small losses. You don't
have to worry about wash roll when it comes to trade the pool, Wendy's Tendies. So that's the one reason why you come over here. Also, you can avoid all that little knick-knack BS and stuff right there. All right, let's get the floor to Joe. But yes, no, I was just giving you a hard time and just I got to be Stephen A. Smith every once in a while. I love doing that.
you're come on. If you're Stephen A. Smith, you shouldn't be doing me like this because us Steve's got to stick together.
Okay,
shout out Steve.
All right, well,
I got a new guy, Steve.
We agree on almost everything, honestly.
I know. We got it. It's literally like I'm Terry Bradshaw or whoever, and you're everybody else. And I'm like,
better than that. Come on. Oh God! Now here you are putting yourself in the South. He's from Louisiana. Here, I swear you were. You're born. You kind of look like a Frenchman. You look like you would have been born in Louisiana. You got some good Cajun in you. You used to catch some crawfish, some shrimp. You do. You got the button up. You kind of have that what's Forrest Gump? What's it called? Oh my gosh, Bubba! You look like little Bubba Gump factory going on over there. You got the Forrest look with the hat and the button up. I like it.
I feel like I'm just catching like a 4-piece combo here. You're just like peeing off on me on Street Fighter, and you're saying it so friendly. Like I'm like waiting for the good part. And you're like, you look like a Frenchman. You look like nothing against the French, but
millionaire. You got Bubba Gump Enterprises going on down there catching shrimp all the dang time. All right, so
guys, did you just call me a shrimp? Okay.
You catching shrimp? I love it.
All right, I'm gonna go hit the gym this week for Josh. I know I've been hitting brain day a whole lot recently, not so much arm day. So we'll get there. I need a Theo Vaughn mullet. Yeah, I do kind of talk like Theo Vaughn, don't I? I'm like
a little bit.
Less funny, less charismatic. All right, what do we got?
MU long, choppy market, was hoping for a better move here with a dip below 1K reclaim. First long stopped out small size, probably wrong level. stop level, got right back in, did not quite the move I wanted, took it off after the trend broke. Probably should have looked for the short. All right, so okay, got you here. Went long out of the gate, looking. It looks like kind of moving back over the moving averages. Right, there we go. There's a zoomer enter. Let me do this too real quickly. This will help me out when I do that. Boom. All right, so looks like we're going long right through here. Like it, honestly, not bad, especially the add in. We kind of dip around, move around, but we still get that move up. And yes, I would say stop for me would have been once we cracked back below all of those. So like this candlestick confirmation would have saved you a little bit less heartache, somewhere in there at the least, or I should say at the max. Now earlier you could have stopped yourself out when this uptrend channel crack and candlestick confirmation out of it, and really starting to get back into, well, no man's land, going, well, do I really want to keep this? We're no man's land. I know earlier wasn't fine. This wasn't no man's land because we're starting to break the downtrend area. Now we could have gotten out here. You got out down here. It's all good. Now we're adding in back for the long. And I like your long, honestly, is just, I think what, in my opinion, this could have been maybe your last add-in and maybe, and getting in bigger than getting out here, getting out at high of day. Because what'll happen is, well, you don't take high of day. It's why, you know, like earlier, you look at my NVVE trades here, which unfortunately I meant to take profit in the 20s. I'm literally showing off a video of me racing in New Orleans. Those tracks that you can go get like I shouldn't say, well, they don't have BMWs, but they have like the Porsches, the Ferraris, and you go, it's the extreme experience is what it's called. And they go from like New Orleans to Houston. Anywho, I went like, I want to get out in the 20s. I want to get out in the 20s. Well, I'm showing off this video of me driving because it, of course, got in a slow moment. It capped out at 2075 today, so I'm kind of laughing. But as you can see, here's my P&L. I'm literally scaling out all the way on the way up here. You know, so every new high. And then now I'm down to my final share, so I'm like, every new high I'm trying to get once it gets to a certain number. That's key for me. So that would have been key, I think, you for there too, Joe, because this is what happened to me. I wouldn't take it up here, comes back down, and now I'm like, oh, no, right? And so I get the trade there overall. It's not a bad trade. I think the first one, you know, it's a false breakout, kind of what we just saw, what Steve was talking about there. We're going to see a lot of false breakouts. Stop loss could have been better here, and I think exits could have been better there. That's just kind of how I feel about that one, Stevie.
Yeah, no, I think a great analysis here. One thing to note is, Joe, you played hard mode this morning. MU was a choppy mess until the SK Hynix result. And what you could see, you can't see it on this chart because you tapped out about 25 minutes before the big flush. And he said, I probably should have been looking for the short. We got a big old flush through the lows of the day. And it was literally correlated exactly with when SK Hynix launched. So they launched the ETF, or sorry, the ADR. Money flooded from the rest of the memory complex into SK Hynix. That kind of makes sense, right? But then the market realized, oh, shit, we love this thing. We love SK Hynix. We're pricing it at a premium. What does that say about the tail or the tailwinds and the risk, you know, the appetite for memory as a whole sector? And then they go, wait a second, we just bought this thing. It's up. This thing's technically overvalued, but it shows how much people want the whole sector. We just sold this thing. Let's buy this again. And then they V-shaped it, you know? So this feels absolutely punishing if you were sitting there waiting for the big or long, and then you get washed out, and your thesis was right, but you just weren't anticipating that bullshit. So, you know, it's just messy. It's just messy before that catalyst. So waiting for the catalyst, waiting for that sweep out, waiting for the higher low that did come in at about 20 minutes after the IPO or the ADR launch. That was the real place to go long. Just wait for those liquidity breaks, those liquidity sweeps, because they're not going to make it easy. You know, if everybody was expecting it, they wouldn't, you know, make it easy.
Here we go. NVVE had watch list, low float, money flow. Love it. Yep, missed the first entry in the 11s. First long stopped out, hesitated to re-enter. I knew my entry was chased, but small size. Second larger, gotcha. But it was a strong bounce off the halt down from 1001. Yes. Scaled out along the way, left 2 shares for fun because it was, yes, look at them. We kind of, let's see here. Well, if I can pull up the chart here, if it wants to pull the chart up for me.
Josh, I'll be back in 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Let's count it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. And here comes Dimpy. Dimpy, get your chart ready. We can get a little special guest coming in here. And any of you guys that ever want to join, I would love any of you guys that ever want to join, just reach out to me. We'd love to have you guys on Friday. We could talk charts, talk about some trades you took. And I love this. So this is where I got in. So this is cool. This is where Daza Goods, I don't think he's around anymore, but Joe, this is where I had traders in chat get in. And I actually traded this originally off my halt strategy. So I got in here, and then I took some into high of day. I was in 2 trades at once. I was in a JL HL short. had the wrong ticker. I was messing up. Then I actually I went too many shares. I didn't realize I was on NVVE and got out and went short. And I was like, oh, no. And then went long until I was fumbling around and kind of fumbled that trade up. And then I took a loss here. I actually tried to go short, thinking we're halting down, going to be done for the day. So those are actually a couple trades I took. Good long, bad short. Then we went long again. And I ran that, as you saw, my exits all the way up for the day there on the way up, which was really nice. Good job there, Joe. Same thing. Good job on the way up here, Joe. I got stopped out very similar at the very end here. My final shares was entry price, which was $14.69 was my average. Finally cracked below that. I let it go. But this was great, Joe. Good trade right there. A little bit early on, right? But this one the way up. Now you're banking, making some good money, getting some good profit. Good trade. Joe, Florida Joe. Florida Joe. All right, now my man Dippy Trades joins us from New Jersey. What's up, Trey? How we doing?
What's up, everyone? How you guys doing?
Good, man. You get that screen share going? Do you know how to do it?
Oh, yeah, I figured it out.
Yeah, so there's like right above you, there will be the option that says, if you hover over it, says it'll put, it'll show you share your screen.
Entire screen here.
There you go. And then if we could get
action,
somehow show his screen.
You guys got it? You see it?
Yeah, we have it up. Ayush will work on it in the background to where we can pull it up. Boom. And it's up, baby. Boom. Look at my man. The magical producer we have. Really and literally, we got to do this. Hold on, where's it at? Where is it at?
Give it to him.
Well, I'm trying to find it. Well, we'll give him this first. There you go. We'll give him a little round of applause.
I think you got to scroll down if you're looking for what I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the magical, little thing. All right, so Dippy, tell us about some trades you took, whether it was today, whenever it was. Let's
I had a few this week. I didn't trade too much, but LHSW was one of my better ones. I got in short, I believe, right here on this little break, around like 1640s. I took it down to the VWAP. I think I went a few pennies, but I think I went 10 cents above the VWAP. So it was like 567 exit. So I got about, I think it was like 70 something cents on that. It was pretty good. What was my other better trade?
You're still shorting mostly, right?
I'm still shorting mostly. Actually, I can show you one from today.
And hey, that's why I know you're loving some trade.
It's even better. Hold on.
Ready for you loving those no locate fees, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the best. And then Mara today. So I've been watching this for a while. You can see it's still live. I haven't closed it yet. So basically what I did here, I just been watching this daily on Mara for a while. Support right here is my blue line. Resistance was up here around 15. And then for whatever reason, within the hourly, 1336 was like crazy support for so long. If you see how many days this thing just was bouncing off 1336, 1336, 1336. And then yesterday, it finally cracked around here the other day. Yesterday, they actually had news, and it flew up right through 1336. And now I knew this 1336 is no longer valid, right? So as soon as we got down through it today, I took the short. It was basically right at the open. Yep.
Sorry, can you clarify? I think this is great. Could you clarify just a little bit for the viewers what you mean when you say was invalid at that point?
So support and resistance, right? It was, I'll show you on we'll just do it on the daily, make it easy to see.
Nice.
Look at how many times this red line, this is my intro, this is that 1336 that we were talking about, this red line here. Yeah. So that's one touch, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touches, right? 6 days in a row, it would not break under 1336.
Right,
and then on it, right? Look what happened when it did, right? We had this monster red day and some continuation. I actually got a short on this as well. That was a few days ago though. But then I didn't take this. I should have, but I'm still scared of the longs. I'm a big short guy. I had it marked out. I had 1173 as the bounce I wanted to take. It would have been beautiful, as you can see. I mean, I only would have risked 13 cents, 1160 it came down to. Would have had a beautiful bounce. But I didn't take the long. But then on its way back down, so now as we talked about this 1336, it's no longer valid support and resistance, right? It's already been broken through. This day, this green day, it shot right past it. It wasn't resistance. And so I assume the red day, it's going to dunk right through it again, which it did today so far, and I'm having an amazing day on it. I still haven't closed it just because I wanted to have a live trade open for this reason. Normally, I probably would have closed it a lot earlier, but at this point, I'm like, I'm just going to bring my stop, to maybe back over 13 or something. But normally I would have been out of this already. I just wanted to have a live trade for you guys. And we're doing pretty good. We're up a couple grand right now. So I'll definitely take that, all day. But just
Very
like
nice. I just
nice little support and resistance example, nice and easy.
Awesome. I just wanted to pick your brain because I can tell that you're a very experienced trader, and I think for some of our viewers, it's almost like when you're doing like mental math. It's like you don't have to do all your steps and write them all out because you're just kind of intuitively knowing this. But hearing your thought process there, I think, was really helpful for maybe some newer traders there. Love to see it. Great thought process, and I'm totally with you. Also, don't kick yourself for not longing it because you're sitting there, building up this like dossier in your head of why this thing's a trash can, why it's going down, why it just broke support. So it's hard to flip the script, even if you think, well, first tap on a big level, probably going to get some bounce, but totally fine to sit in the pocket, wait for your trade, which was that retest of the level. And absolutely beautiful execution, beautiful follow through. What else can you say? Good stuff.
Thank you. Yeah. It worked out. Sorry if you guys I just had a baby, so I don't know if you guys hear him crying in the background.
Oh, no worries. Congrats.
Yeah, man. It's like, hey, I have a dog, and then Steve will have a cat around, and then now we complete the whole process of what we should have as a kid, but it's all good. We don't have one, but hey, they're like
classic pet parents comparing them to kids. It's totally the same, right?
Yeah. So here we go. So Crow asked earlier, he's like, show the dog. So here we go. We got some dogs in here. So they're the kiddos I asked earlier. So there we go. Steve, it was funny earlier, Steve, before I joined you guys, it was you and Alejandra this morning. I was like timid to join because your cat looked so comfortable. Steve just jumped off camera. There he comes. But Steve's cat looked so comfortable. Steve, your cat was in the cat tree beside you. And I literally waited for your cat to get out of the cat tree because it looked so peaceful. I was like, yeah, I'm going to wake that baby or that cat as soon as I get on the stream. So what's this one's name?
This is Cleo here. That you're probably asking about his kid. Sorry.
I remember. So Dimpy, are yours still mostly like in the like small to like mid cap, micro cap? You're not doing like any of the like mega large cap stuff too often.
I will here and there if I find something. Actually, a story for another time, I guess. But I'm actually with all this AI stuff, I'm starting to get super into it, and I'm teaching myself how to build a trading algorithm right now. So that's what I was doing before I jumped on here. And I have it because I can only watch so many tickers at once, right? So I'm teaching this thing how to watch all of them for me. And I'm teaching it my strategy, my setups, and to alert me of what I can't see because I can't be on 1,000 charts at once. So I'm in the very early stages of it. But today, for the first time, I got like three tickers that all fired, and they were all winning trades. So I didn't take any of them. I'm still, I got to back test and do a million other things, but it was cool to see that it fired some alerts at me like, hey, you're missing this. Yeah. And I was like,
well, we need another quant on the stream because we have Michael Noss that is here Monday through Thursday, and that's all he has is he'll just all of a sudden, oh, I'm in this trade, or hey, I'm in this trade. It's just automatically getting in when it there's all those algorithms and everything trigger, and so it's really cool to see that. So
yeah,
we need another quant on the live stream, my man. So get it down, and that way we have two people to say, hey, I'm new at this. He's been doing this for years. He was hedge funds. He's been doing this for 20 years or whatever. So yeah, it'd be nice to have someone that's on the newer side doing that kind of thing and building essentially.
Yeah, it's cool. It's definitely fun to build. It's been it's like a little side project, a little side hustle. It's been nice.
Steve, are you? Because I know you're into that. Are you going to get into that and build something, or are you already trying?
Oh, dude, I'm waist deep. I'm in the thick of it, brother. So I would love to. Maybe we bring Dimpy back I'd love to have him back, and maybe we can compare notes there. And what I think would be super cool, if you, let me know, guys, in the comments, if you guys want this content, I'd love to do it. It's more laid back, it's more casual, but I spend a lot of time every day just in the arena trying things. There's so many cool tools you can build if you just get your hands dirty, roll your sleeves up, and start working at it. So we could be doing some live building, some live stuff like that. Or of course, I can always show and tell the finished product.
Well, that could be a segment though, add in like Tuesday when we have that gap between the J&J show. Till later in the day, there's a little gap there, a little gap between you and Alejandra to the week recap now. Somewhere to fit an hour in and say the quant talk or whatever we want to call it, and have a segment for an hour where you guys do that. That would that would take off for sure. Even if it was a webinar, that maybe you guys did on Sunday, so it's its own live stream essentially, and it's
right. Well, that's what I was kind of thinking because I could do a webinar on this, no problem, but I could do a series of webinars on this. It could be literally just perpetual. So if people want it, that's great content there. Really cool stuff. What I've been building is primarily scanners and tools that take live data and then kind of filter it through whatever parameters. I'm really into gamma exposure. I'm really into using a couple strategies and basically kind of doing what Dimpy was saying, casting a wider net than I can do with my own two eyes. I kind of am doing it the old school way, like like I'm kind of like trying to build the pyramids like the old like the old pharaohs. I'm just using brute force. I just built a server and I have everybody else bring me plays. But hey, we can do it the high tech way too. I'm starting to kind of try to do that. So if we do get Dimpy back on, I'm definitely going to ask him if he's interested in doing that. But cool stuff.
Dimp, if you, I know he's probably listening. I know it may be the baby right now in the background, and if that's the case, Dimpster's all good to go. Which I know he definitely will be happy to join us again. He was one that I've mentioned to Adar about joining us, more frequently. Whether it's the Friday night for sure.
I'm here. I'm just I got the baby right now.
You're good, I've reached out to her about him joining us. Yeah, that would be something. And then there's a whole segment, there's a whole show that we could pitch that so many of you guys that are out there that are into that, and it can maybe pull me over into the AI realm of, hey, Josh, here, and then help me out, and say, hey, it will benefit you, Josh. Here's how it will benefit you, and then I'll see it and take it on myself as well. So.
We're coming for you. We're gonna loop you in. Just when you thought you were getting out, we're gonna pull you back in. If you'd like to share my screen, I can show you a little brief thing that I built, and just to kind of show you. You don't have to know how to code, guys. You can just jump on in and you'll make something really cool. So this is a spreadsheet that pulls live data. This is all live. You'll see these numbers that just ticked there. Every second or so it ticks. This tells me so much information. I have a sector rotation map showing me what's strong, what's weak, what's on the way up, what's peaking. We have the economic calendar. You can go ahead and update that with just one click. You can update everything with just one click. This is cool, but this is just scratching the surface. This is all in Excel. Behind the scenes, I'm building this all into a web app too. So anything you can think of, you bring me an idea, we can talk about how to make it a reality. Because we are truly living in the golden age where the catalyst is so small between what you can think of and what you can create. We can lower that barrier for entry. There we go. I'm give me a few weeks, Josh. Remember, it's brain day. But absolutely. Absolutely. So much
When's Fifth Element Day? That's what I want to know. That's what we're all still asking ourselves still to this day. And
I was so close last weekend. God decided to punish me. He doesn't want me to watch Fifth Element. He said, you gotta clear out your basement completely. You gotta shop vac 20 or 200 gallons of water out of that thing. You gotta bleach everything. You gotta move everything back in. It's funny. I didn't work out except for moving my power rack out into my backyard and back in, scrubbing rust off weights. I promise you, it is coming. I want to watch it too.
It's all good.
My girlfriend's mad because I haven't been able to go out and just chill for a couple of weeks now. Everything's crazy. We'll get there.
Yes, it's all good. I had to give you a hard time one last.
You got to do it.
All right. Well, hey, thank you. So your webinar starts here in about 40, 45 minutes or so, right? We're coming up on it.
Well, let's see. Are we doing it for Power Hour or was it right after the close? I'm fine with either. What's on schedule?
I don't know that we. What time, Ayush? Yeah, 3 to 4. 3 to 4. 3 to 4.
3 to 4 market time. So I will be here at 3 o'clock market time. We'll be getting on into it, and it's going to be a good time. We're going to be going over how to read an earnings report, what we're looking for, how to parse through the details, and basically separate the wheat from the chaff so you can very quickly, within a few minutes, get the information you need from that data release. Also, so you know what to look for on the call, look for in the questions, all of that good stuff right around the corner. And I see Dimpy in the chat. Absolutely great meeting you, brother. I know we met very briefly before, but really nice to have you around. And we got to talk. We got to talk quant stuff later. Yeah. That's going to be fun.
All right.
Awesome, brother. Love to hear it. And congrats on the kid.
And tonight, what about tonight? FNL. You're gonna. I know Dimpy's gonna join. He's gonna be able to join. What about Steve? Steve, you're on tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll be on tonight unless I just completely pass out. No, I'll be on for sure. And I'm looking forward to it. I need it's like mandated relaxation time. So it's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. And Joe, thank you, Tack, all the guys that joined. Of course, Dimpy. We'll have Dimpy definitely on more often and talk charts. It's just a one thing that we all can talk and share different ideas and what we're looking at, different ways to trade. So, which we're all doing different things, which I love. Thanks for joining on Friday here, guys. Steve will be back here in just a bit. It is the Friday webinar. Steve has you covered here on out. That's why he's Steve the Achieve. You know, listen, I get why you didn't see the fifth element. Why? Because you're doing so much stuff for Trade the Pool. You ain't got time for the fifth element, okay? Fifth element ain't got nothing on Steve.
Appreciate you, Josh. It's for the love of the game. You know, you guys make it easy. I was just talking to you last night. Like it's crazy being excited to come to work every morning, being excited to see my coworkers. I've had good coworkers, but it sucks when you're doing something that sucks. This definitely doesn't suck. So I love it. Keep it coming, baby. More to come right around the corner.
Coming on up, Steve in Power Hour, of course, the webinar segment. Again, Ayush in the background, the producer with all the magic. Thank you for everything. Dimpy for joining us. Joe for getting the scanners up, and of course, all the stuff you do on Discord. You guys have a good one. See you later tonight on Friday Night Live. Until then, we'll get some scanners up for you.
Take care, y'all.